Welcome to the Condor DM Show. Tonight, I'm going to cover a game called Paranoia. And you're going to be paranoid. Hell, I'm paranoid about covering it. It's a game heavily focused on conspiracy theory. Now, I'm doing one here at the end of the May, focused on conspiracy theory. I'll be doing two more at the end of June, focused on conspiracy theory. Because right now, it's a hot topic. Right now, conspiracy theory is in. Right? It's hot. It's hot. I'm covering Paranoia tonight. And at the end of June, I'll be covering a game called, first will be Unknown Armies. And then right after that, Tribe 8. Oh, wow. We'll see who wants to show up early and chat with me for a while, for a good while, for a couple hours before I start the coverage. I said I had some free time, more than normal, and I'd start these streams early so we'd have time to talk for quite some time before I hit coverage of the games. But I figured that'd be good. Tonight, here I am. We can start early. You get a couple hours with me, and then I'll hit the game Paranoia, focused on conspiracy theory. But we could talk for a while. Alarms in the background. It's all conspiracy, baby. It's all conspiracy. Now, look, you might notice that I've changed the chat option to subscription. And that's because I really go to my way here to, it's not like asking for money. It's the one area I don't feel so guilty about making a request. Like, look, I give my time to you, and I give a lot of time here, a lot of streams, a lot of videos, a lot of time. And I don't ask for much back from most anyone in reality, but a subscription definitely does help the channel. So I figure that's fair. You sub to the channel and give me your support, and I'll give you back by serving you. And these streams are all about serving those who support me and those who are open to supporting me. But yeah, you got to be subscribed here, and subscription isn't going to get you in a few minutes. That would be pointless in doing that. So I gave warnings out today, right? If you want to take part in the chat, and I'm starting early. So, it could be a while before you're allowed to chat. But if you want to sub and be part of the Paranoia talk when I get to that game, because today is Paranoia, a old school tabletop role-playing game, right? If you want to be part of that, sub now. In a while, that will be available to you. But really, look, to me, it's free. And I thought about it. A friend said to me, well, if you're serving people and the only thing you're asking back is, say, something simple like a subscription with these streams so they can chat, that's fair. You're giving something, you're getting something, and it costs the other person no money at all. And time is money, especially under these conditions. So, hey, I need the help to grow. I don't do cheap content. I don't play yes man. I don't go after all these gimmicks. I don't screw with the audience. I don't do stimulation to fake you here. I'm very raw, conversation. I work really hard at these streams to give you my time. It's not much to say. If you want to have chat time with me, if you want to use my time, it's I give you something, you give me that basic support of subscribing to the channel. I think it's pretty fair. I don't want to sound, ungrateful, but that's how it has to sort of work, right? If you want to freely come by my content and you're not subbed, but you're interested, I got videos. So you can comment there. You don't need to be subbed to the channel to comment on a video. The streams, though, are unique. So this is me working. I can make a video whenever, so you don't need to be subbed to the channel to be able to comment there, right? That's a little loose on my end, but these are work. And I'm very happy to talk to the people that support me here. And these are for people that might want to support me. But hey, I got to be honest, no freeloaders, right? If you want to be here chatting, but you can't give me the basic support of subbing to the channel, all right, move on. You can go comment on the videos, but this part is special, all right? This part is special because it's here, live time, me giving up time. So I look at it that way. That's the way I see it, right? And I don't do a lot of other cheap gimmicks. So it can be challenging to grow when you're not playing yes man, when you're not attacking people in some petty way, right? To appease a certain small portion of people that might rapidly, bump you up. This is hard work. So under those conditions, I want to grow a bit more. So I open the door. Hey, this is how it works. But hey, don't misunderstand. You can still comment on the videos, and you clearly don't need to be subbed to the channel to do so, right? That's as fair as I can be. But these are important. Chat time here is important, right? It's a privilege. It's one I'm giving you. It's a little bit back. Yeah. So that doesn't bother me. I just don't have time for people that might have an issue with that or see something. It's like, look, it costs you nothing and you get to comment on the videos. Yeah. It's like if you want to chat here and you don't want to support, it's like using my time in that way. And I get nothing. There's no back and forth. And I'm working here to gain support. I do these streams to get support. I don't do these streams so somebody can come by, use my time to chat, and then go off and I get nothing out of it. And there are some people that do that, right? Just be honest. They come here, they get my time, I get nothing out, and I'm serving them here. So if those people want to interact with me through my content, they can comment on the videos all they want. And so I'm already making the videos for people that are not giving anything back to me. That's to attract you to the channel. And these are to do the same, but the value here in live chatting with me is a little bit higher. The stakes are a bit higher, right? And I'm covering some great games like Paranoia tonight, conspiracy theory. Oh, geez. I hope YouTube doesn't misunderstand the coverage tonight because I'm going to say a lot of conspiracy related things with the game Paranoia. Bit paranoid about covering Paranoia. So it's right now, just conspiracy theory is hot. It's hot. And so I want to cover some old school games related to it. At the end of this month is Paranoia. At the end of June, if you're into these type of games, I'm going to be covering Unknown Armies in Tribe 8. A couple more old school games related to conspiracy theory. There's a lot of old school games that line up with stuff we talk about now, and even some of the newer games. And there is Craig. Greetings from Wales. Hey, what's up, Craig? I'm here for a couple hours before the coverage starts to talk to people. I hope you're excited about tonight's game, Paranoia, right? I know you are. We've already talked about this. I know it's a hot week for you. This is the start of the first of the games we talked about, right? For this hot week, Paranoia. Oh, what a great game. What a great game. What a fantastic game. And if you're a conspiracy theorist nut, you're going to love this. It's going to sound like stuff related to today. And the same thing with at the end of June, because I know it's going to be hot then too. I just know. It's that type of season. It's politics are on the go, everything. So it's going to be Paranoid tonight. And at the end of June, we're going to hit Unknown Armies and Tribe 8. I promise you the coverage of the games are hot, man. All right, I bring you some really, really good information. It's not paranoia if they are out to get you. Of course. I hope YouTube is not out to get me based on the coverage of this bill. I hope they just realize it's a game, dude. Because I'm going to say a lot of things, right? A lot of things that are conspiracy theory related that are going to sound very similar to what you hear today. Some of the things I think YouTube in the real world might be sensitive about, but I'm talking about a tabletop role-playing game, right? But it relates with now. It relates with now. Heavily relates with now. You'll hear about this game and go, was this made like last week? No, made back in the 80s, baby. Just ahead of its time. Way ahead of its time. Understanding computers at a time when computers weren't a big thing. But you're going to hear go and think, how'd they know that? I don't want to say too much about that. I don't want to spoil anything either, right? Like your friend, the PC, the villain. The villain is the computer. The villain is the computer. And I won't say too much beyond that. I'll get more into detail about what that means for Paranoia. The PC is the villain. Oh man, Paranoia is going to be good. But again, YouTube, it's a tabletop role-playing game. Relax. Don't destroy me over this. What a great time to cover this game. What a great time. I held on to this, honestly. This, Unknown Armies and Tribate, I thought about covering them earlier, but I said, no, it's going to be a time when this stuff is going to get really hot. I know there is. I know it's going to get really hot. It does every year, right? But especially around like elections and stuff like that, I'm like, whew, we're going to get really hot tonight. It's going to get really hot. I'm going to cover the games then. 40 years ago, Craig, yeah. But you played it, so you know what I mean, Craig. How on point, how relatable is that game to now? I mean, we say old school, but that game, the language, I'll be able to describe it and the experience and everything. You'd be like, well, that game could have been made like months ago. Like it could have been made for this timeline, but it's not made back in the 80s. That's what I think is fantastic about this and Unknown Armies at the end of June. Stick with me, people. At the end of June, Unknown Armies and Tribate. These conspiracy games are going to really relate with the stuff that you're hearing about today. And that's why I held on. You know, conspiracy theory is always hot. But there's just a certain period of time, you know, it's going to be peak. And I figure, well, you know, there's a need. People have a need to consider these things. And what an interesting way to fill the need by just talking about these things through a game. So no going crazy. You know, when it comes to talking about conspiracy, here's where it can get really loose on the internet. And I want to warn you guys about this. I look into stuff all the time. I'm a nerd. So I'm open to hearing anything from anyone. And you can go to some of these guys that will have conspiracy focused content, and they got some good stuff. In the midst of it, though, you'll see something and just go, uh-oh, that's not true. And it can confuse you because sometimes you think, what are these guys trying to sabotage some truth? Like that's a really good post there. That's some great footage. That's true. And then they'll get to the thing where you're like, but that's not true. Oh, Craig, yeah, because we're at a timeline where a lot of these things are lining up better than they should. Like back in the 80s, you would have read this and went, sort of. Now you're like, oh, shit, I think we're there. Right? Here's a good example. I like this guy on X. So I check out some of his posts, man. He's great. But it's like you got to warn some of these guys. And I get what happens to them. You see something that's real? Oh, wow, that's amazing. See something that's real? Oh, wow, that's amazing. And by the time you hit something else where it doesn't have the same amount of evidence, it just can seem true. It just, because so much else is true, why wouldn't this be true? And they'll post something really weak. And sometimes I used to think, what are they trying to sabotage the actual truth they're putting out there? I don't know. In some cases, that might be the case where they're actually trying to make the whole truth seem bullshit. I don't know. Here's a good example of a guy who posts a bunch of good stuff. And then it gets to an image where he puts up a post about a certain person's daughter wearing a MAGA hat. He's like, she's wearing a MAGA hat and saying all this stuff. I'm like, dude, no, that's an edited photo. Here's the real photo. I get it. You got an edited photo with the hat on. Here's the real photo. No hat. No, she didn't say all this stuff. But what makes it crazy is before this, he has footage and everything that's just amazing stuff, like surreal to see. Like, they really admit that? And then you get down to that post and you're like, dude, you seem like such a credible guy. How'd you get caught up with this one? And the worst thing is usually the posts where you know they're going to be weak is when it's not backed up. And then there's some guys on there I know just do it probably for the money, where they take a clip, man, out of a longer speech thing. And this can be done on all sides, to be honest. And they'll post some good posts every so often. Then you'll see a post where it's like it's 20 seconds. Man, you hear this guy say something, you're like, wow. All right, let's watch the full thing. Oh, okay, that's what he means. So the 20 seconds it just doesn't hold water, right? So for what you think it means, it doesn't when you hear the whole thing. You find out why it was said, and you're like, gee, dude. One guy can make on X, he makes some good post, but then he'll put up like a comedian. There's this comedian that put this footage together, and sometimes I don't know if this count is just screwing around and trying to trick people, or if he has been tricked, right? The comedian will put some AI thing where he's standing here, he's talking to a group of people with money, and he's ripping on them. And it goes back to the group of people with money, they're reacting like, oh my, get up. What's really happening is he's edited himself into real footage where he's really not there at all. And he's timed the way he's put it together where these people get up for another reason. But it's a comedian, right? And the guy's like, look at what he said at this big event. It's like, no, dude. And at first I'm thinking, I'd make a post like, hey, dude, like you're posting this up because you know it's funny, right? No, the guy's posting it being serious. Like, this guy's really there. I'm like, no, dude, he's not there. He's not there. So some accounts, I think, either they're trying to damage the truth, they're trying to make money off of people that can be gullible, and then there's some guys up there I think are just innocent. It's a mix where a guy makes so many good posts. You it's just like you see that one where you're just like, oh, dude, she wasn't wearing the hat, dude. Here's the real footage. Here's the real picture. So I'm willing to check this stuff, but I'm really good at not just falling for anything. Though there's so much amazing stuff out there, and outside of these guys, not many people outside of them post this stuff. So I'm like, the only way I can see that footage is if I go to the crazy guy's account. I got to go there because no one else is posting that footage or that thing, and that thing is real. But the next thing, oh, dude, because I second check, I second, third check, fourth check everything, right? I just do. It's because I know there's crap going on in the world, but at the same time, there's just it's so much it can confuse people. It is so confusing. And I never find an account where I can say that guy has just everything right. I mean, outside of Alex can be okay consistent, right? But even over the years, he flops a few times here and there. It's so hard. But I can understand some innocent guys. We're just so much out there where you're just like, well, this is true and this is true. Why wouldn't that be true? And I get it. Why wouldn't that be true, right? It's sometimes they're screwing up on stuff that could potentially, given what you see, you're like, wow, that's true. I didn't even think that could be. Wow, that's true. Fair enough. That's real evidence. Next one, it's not, but I get it. Again, there are some guys out there just trying to make money. Watch my stuff. I'm putting up the stuff you want to hear. 15 seconds out of a thing where the guy knows he's putting up a clip that if he shows you the entire thing, you'll know right away. That doesn't support what you believe. It's out of context. Right? It's out of context. But hey. like that tick thing me and you talked about the other night, Craig. You're right. It can spread on an animal, even though ticks themselves move really slow and don't fly. They can get on other animals that will move faster. So there's a potential chance they can spread. But when you do see the spread that's happening, I can't be a conspiracy guy and go, I know for sure what this is. But I can say there's enough stuff out there where you can say that needs to be investigated. Because it does seem too surreal. Like, I can understand the spread, but I'm like, dude, there's so many there. Kekist. Kleptocracy of Norway. Kafka-esque topics we're going to talk about tonight. Paranoia, Black Rose. Which, again, I'm slightly paranoid about covering. Now, you guys might have heard, I have changed... it's subscriber only for the streams. And I'm not doing that to be cheap. Like, look, for people that don't sub initially to the channel, they can watch. They can go to a video and comment without supporting me. That's a comment section. They can reply. They can interact with that. They can even watch the stream. But here at the chat, to me, to chat with me is a privilege because I'm working hard here for the people that I support and to gain support. So if you want the privilege of being able to interact with me here, it's a simple thing. It doesn't cost you money. Sub to the channel. Sub to the channel and you get to chat. And that to me is a pretty fair deal, right? I don't do cheap content to grow. So I don't play yes man. I don't put up stimulation to bullshit people. I don't do all that. I come here with just raw interaction, work my ass off for the person giving me their time. So I hate to say it, I don't want to use this term in a bad way, but I just don't want freeloaders. Like if you want to chat here, but you can't even sub to the channel, dude, no. I want to, that chat, my time goes to people that support me. And this is also to gain that support. You can comment on the videos without subbing and you can watch your streams. That's a pretty good free thing without supporting me. So you're already getting free stuff, my work, my effort for free without supporting me. And even if you just support me with a sub, it costs you nothing. Right? You get to be entertained and you get to take part in the chat. The chat is the privilege of supporting me. It's a privilege. It's what you get out of supporting me. And I do a lot of streams. I do 4 a week. Now, weeks where I'm doing members only, it's 5. So it's a lot of streaming. It's a lot of time given. And I do these for hours. If you've noticed, I give a lot of hours to these. And to me, I don't feel guilty about that part. Because somebody was asking me who supports me. Adam was like, what brought this? And I was just like, I really thought it over. This one area I don't feel guilty in. Oh, yeah, Black Rose, the witching hour, where we could have haters show up that don't like me and start like screaming and freaking out. yeah, there'll be less of that. No doubt. And look, I'm even starting early. So if someone wants to take part in the Paranoia chat later, look, it takes a while if you sub to be part of the chat. There's no doubt. And guys, I put up warnings earlier today. So people have had hours, and now they have 2 hours before I start coverage of Paranoia. 2 hours, but they've had hours to know about the change. And this change, I have adjusted every stream to this. So there's a lot of streams scheduled. They're all adjusted to this sub thing. And I figure that's fair because this is the one area where I say chat with the streams, given I do them so much. I make such an effort. I don't got panels of people. I really make my chat, like I give you guys focus. You guys know this, especially Craig, Black Rose. I give you more attention than most YouTubers give their people attention, right? And you don't have to do paid things. I react to everyone. I react to everyone with effort. You don't have to do a paid comment to get my effort from me to react to you. So it's like, this is a privilege. The chat with me is a privilege during these streams. And I think about it like, look, You get to watch a stream without subbing. You get to watch my videos without subbing. You get to comment under the videos without subbing. It's a pretty fair deal without getting any support from you. That's just to get you here. When you do support me, then you get to chat. And you got a couple hours right now to take a bit. I make it take an hour. If you sub to me, you got a little while to wait before you can take part in the chat. Right? But it's a learning thing, right? Like, so if you sub, don't just carelessly unsub. If you sub to me, hey, if you want to keep taking part in these, stay with me. And I don't do cheap things to grow. I don't do the yes man, like I said. I don't attack people in a cheap way. I don't do nothing. I give you all my effort, and I care about my chat, and I make you guys part of the show, right? You're part of the show. Black Rose is part of the show. Craig is part of the show. When Philo is here, he's part of the show. When anybody's here, even for the moment they say something, they get my attention, they're part of the show, right? On top of being part of the show, I cover games all the time, all kinds. And I have games for years to cover, for years. Members only is really good, really fun stuff. And then there comes all these, just sort of out in the open games I'm covering. Right now, I'm covering games from 1974 to 1999 this year. Right? By the time I get to the end of those, I'll be starting into the year 2000, like beyond 1999 and beyond, right? Probably up to about 2010 will be next year. So between 2000 and 2010. But members only gets a bit of a jump ahead. They get previews. They get some of the stream. Now, I don't do the whole thing. There's some elements that, Savage Worlds, for example, will be done next year, similar to what these guys, two of them have already heard, Craig and Black Rose, that were for my first members only. You guys will get that part, but there's some extensions I'll put onto the stream next year. But at members only, you get a sort of good amount of coverage as sort of a preview. And that's something I'm doing in advance for you to see, right? So it's not like I do members only and then like in a few days people get to see it. No, like these guys get to see stuff that could take a year before it comes out, before I do that in public, right? Black Rose is the show. Performing. You're here part of the time, Black Rose. You get awful bored. If I said chat, you got to depend on Black Rose to respond to everything you say. Go ahead, Black Rose. Work it, baby. Work it. Your kids would blow up your head. You'd never have that type of time. But no, I give attention to my chat, like unlike other YouTubers, I think. Right? I make you guys know I care about you. I give you that time. And because I give my chat so much focus, it's a privilege. And why not? Like, it's something I'm working for. To me, it's the most fair thing. I come here, give you hours of working my butt off to entertain people. I just want to keep repeating that stuff. But just for anybody who might be showing up, because I know there's people coming in note right now. I can see the numbers changing, right? Up and down in note. That's fine. So Paranoia, it starts at 8 o'clock, which is about an hour, 40 to 50 minutes. I sent Torquay. Yeah, you can't do gifts on these chat. That's true. They would blow the chat up too, I think. I think Twitch and that does some of that stuff, and I don't know. I think that's a little stupid. I like people to have to type words mostly, right? I hate to say it. I don't want to read emojis all the time. I almost don't mind the idea of like the laugh thing, but it's like, to me, if you're limited, here's what I find ironically. You type more words, you chat more. It doesn't turn into images, right? And I could understand if I wasn't responding to you guys that much, that I could just look over and see everyone laughing. And we'd have waves of chat going up, but I'm not Asmund Gold, right? Limitations. But I do want the support. I do work my ass off to get people to sub to me for, I think, quality reasons, direct chat. I made a post about it recently where I think people are sick of people being a bit phony on here, people claiming authority where they shouldn't. And I think people just want people to earn it. Like you say, I've been doing this 40 years. Dude, just talk to me. And if you sound wise, if you can earn it, earn it. Don't say it, show it. See, on here, I'm hugely different. You say 40 years. When I speak, people know, right? Because I actually deliver on the wisdom of somebody who's done this for a long time. So to me, I don't just say 30 or 40. I'll say I started in 1991, but in reality, it's never a claim to. It means I know something you don't. That's not what it means at all. It's not a claim to authority. To me, instead of saying something, produce it from your mouth, right? Produce it, earn respect from people, earn support by talking. That's all you got to do. And I think more people want real. They're so sick of a claim of 40 years means of this. Man, if you have authority on a subject, your mouth should do the work and earn that from people. They'll take you serious based on what you say and how you say it. Gives better immersion. Oh man, blow my head up. Black Rose. No, it doesn't. It might for you, maybe. Now, if I was Asmon Gold with thousands of people watching and it's just flashing, then I can sort of get an idea of the audience and what they're saying, sort of like, oh, they're laughing at this. But I like the intimacy of talking, and it's more direct talking. So taking them away and making you guys type some words means we get to talk, right? I like that. I don't have a panel. It's not that I'm against it, but I don't know. The only people I know that are YouTubers are all people that either I just don't like for certain reasons, or they don't like me. I don't know the guys that I could, I guess, stream with. There's a few guys I don't mind, but they're busy. Like I know one guy, I like Max Leal, right? Get along with him a lot. So Max is a good guy, but Max is a busy YouTuber, busy with life, busy with family, busy, taking care of his life. And so he's already doing streaming, and I'm very supportive of what he does. Very happy he's out doing his thing, kicking ass, that he can still do it. That's good. But he has no time for here. I totally get that. Right. And given the people that go on his show, it's I don't get along with a lot of people that go on his show, probably anybody really. So no one that goes on his show outside of him really likes me. And there's reasons, probably a mix of jealousy and everything else. I'll assume. I'll say that. They'll be like, oh, you're saying that? What's it matter if I say it? We're not going to be talking anyway. I don't know. And there's some passive aggressive shit that really pisses me off. Like, if you want to say something about what I say it. But say my name. Like, just don't go after the thing to sort of, oh, he likes this game. Well, I'll say that game sucks. No, problem is the game is fine. It's just that you suck. That's what you're admitting in the process. The game, like Heroes Unlimited, great fucking game. And if you say it sucks, I'll tell you straight up right now, if you're someone who likes Heroes and you say it sucks, no, problem is you suck. Right? Because if you ran the game better and had a good view on the whole thing, you'd have a good time with the fucking game. But if you suck, there's your issue. Right? And running a game one way, or a perception of Heroes in one way, what a fucking, I don't know. I can never pigeonhole myself. Like, I like villains and vigilantes. I like champions. I like DC heroes to a degree. I like Heroes Unlimited. I like the Marvel game. I like all that stuff. But I just don't have one pigeonhole way of looking at games. I like D&D. Yeah, I also like Traveler. There's a lot of guys out there that they're Dungeons and Dragons guys, or they're Traveler guys, or they're World of Darkness guys. I'm like, I'm fucking everything, dude. because I'm a real gamer. I love World of Darkness. I love Traveler. I love D&D. And when people try to put these games down, what I realize is it's them that is they're lacking. D&D is this. No, it's because you only can run D&D or see it in one way. I can run it in 1,000 different ways. So I can experience Dungeons and Dragons in 1,000 different ways. It's your limited creativity that sticks you in a fucking pigeonhole zone and means you only see D&D as being one thing. But that's not D&D lacking. That's you lacking. That's you. The problem isn't the game. It's you. And you don't realize you're confessing that when you're on some stream saying that. To a guy like me who knows better, I listen to you and realize the game is fine. It's you. You're the problem. Not the game. Well, give me just about any game. I can give it to you in several different ways. Don't bore the shit out of me with your one view. Well, here's what D&D is. Yeah, you fucking unimaginative fuck. That's what D&D is to a simple fucking uncreative mind. Right? Sorry to say. Sorry to get so passionate with that. Just some of my views here. Fucking unimaginative fucking people out there tell you, well, D&D is just this way. No, it's because you have no fucking creativity. That's your issue. Right? You're the problem, not the game. Just clue into that detail. That's the reality. That's what you're confessing when you say that out loud. I don't like this system. Well, yeah, because you're fucking boring. Jesus Christ. Again, D&D to me is a great game in many ways, especially old school Dungeons and Dragons. And people complain it's generic. Yeah, but that's on purpose. Like these other games are not generic. There are a lot of games like Pendragon are specific. When you get to D&D, it's generic, but it's not generic in the way you think. If you only ran it one way, it's fucking generic. It means you have no fucking creativity. The reason it's meant to be generic is so you can run it whatever way you want. So in a way, I can sort of do Pendragon with D&D. Savage Worlds can be used this way too because it's action-packed. A lot of people like to add that engine to different games. So you could do that with D&D too. You could take the idea with Pendragon and use D&D. You could take World of Darkness to a degree and use the Dungeons and Dragons system. The generic part is so you can do what you want with it. So it comes down to your creativity. And it only becomes generic if you fucking lack creativity. So instead of saying Dungeons and Dragons suck, just admit you suck. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Does the game suck or do you suck? You suck. That's why I see nothing wrong with just about any game in past. I can take any game and just take it. I can go at it from multiple ways. Traveler, D&D, Pendragon, Call of Cthulhu. There's so many different ways to approach every game. Every game has multiple ways. Some games have endless ways. Yeah, I like Heroes Unlimited because there's a sort of generic side to it, right? That has that you can come at a type of hero game whatever way you want. And if you think something is lacking in some rule system, make a fucking adjustment. If I don't like the initiative system in D&D, I could bring over the card system from Did World or Didland. I can use that initiative system anytime. And then it comes down to my creativity. If I can't get much out of D&D, like you see a lot of other games like Cyberpunk is trying to guide you. It's guiding you. He wants you to get a specific thing out of it, and if you don't try, it might become generic. But in reality, without a designer telling you what to do, you can tell yourself what to do. You want to get a specific feel from D&D? You can put limitations on yourself. You can put limitations on the players. You can do all kinds of things to purposely get an experience. It's like what the guy with Cyberpunk do. He takes Traveler and says Traveler is a bit out there generic, so you can come at it whichever way you want. He says, well, I'm going to get you to come at sort of Traveler in this unique way with these unique things to get a certain experience. But in reality, you freely, without cyberpunk, could take Traveler, make up something similar, and then just enforce yourself to try to get a feel out of it. But then it comes down to your creativity. And if you tell me you can't do that, or you tell me Traveler sucks because it's just this, right away you're just confessing to me. In old school, it catches you on this. It's not that the game is limiting. It's always going to be you. Always going to be you. If you have creativity, you can do 100 things at least with every game out there. You can do 1,000 things with D&D. So that's my preaching on that. There you go. There's my rant about Dungeons and Dragons and people that shit on it. I'm like, every time I hear them shit on it and they explain to me or explain to the whatever audience they think they're talking to about why it's shitty, I'm just like, well, dude, you don't realize you're confessing the problem isn't the game, it's you. You just don't realize it. You just don't realize it. You're just not confessing. If you say, oh, I don't like this system, oh, this system sucks. No, dude. You can get whatever experience you want out of the system, even with classes, even with levels. So it's not the game. It is you. It's always been you. AD&D second edition is so modular, it's Black Rose. You could change anything there without causing imbalance to the system. Said with some relatively, pretty much. That's why when they say, I remember they used to try to argue this, they don't do it no more. But like you go back 5 or 6 years to some of the old school guys, YouTubers around, they'd be like, well, if you change the smallest thing, man, it will break the game. You're fucking lying. Want to know why they thought that? A lot of guys on here run it raw because they can't think outside the fucking box. I'm like, dude, sorry, you can. When does it stop being D&D? You can do a number of things with the game, and it will still feel like Dungeons and Dragons. Even things they say, well, if you do this, it's not really D&D no more. Yeah, it is. Do that, play it, and it will still feel like D&D. Sorry, still D&D. Fucktard. I gotta watch what I say. I gotta be nicer. Could have said the same about later D&D systems. Yeah, well, if you really want to talk about D&D becoming sort of pigeonholing you into a corner, that's where we get the third edition. And I'm not mad at 3E, but 3E becomes what a lot of other games are. Like, it's the same reason I'm not mad at Pendragon or Cyberpunk. But 3E turns D&D into something more in that vein because now it's trying to get something very specific out of the game. See, old school is very generic on purpose, right? Apply your creativity to it. The new school editions become, this is the game. So we're trying to get this out of it so there's less freedom. But what did people do to counter that? Host rules, adjusting, as best they could. I did. I said the F word. Fuck. I gotta be nicer. I gotta be a nicer guy. But I think people want real. I'm not here talking to kids. I've nothing against younger people. I mean, but even if you're a fucking older teen, well, you're not going to hear cursing. I'm going to hear cursing. Forgive me, Lord. But I mean, it is what it is. I'm going to curse a bit here and there. Now, when we get to the coverage of the game, guys, you won't hear me going, what the fuck? Unless the game was called like fuck shit. I don't know, right? You might hear me curse a lot then. The coverage of the game, I keep clean. But when we're in Joe Rogan mode, I call this Joe Rogan mode because it's casual mode. I like the Joe Rogan chats where he sits down and smokes some weed. I don't smoke weed, but he'll like smoke weed, have a drink. He's there to chat with people, and it's casual, and that is what people do when they casually chat. But when it's a focused conversation, and he's really good at keeping conversations on a track when he gets to a topic, staying on the thing before they just move on carelessly. And it's more entertaining because he's bringing on people that are very knowledgeable about the subject. So it's not like just you and your friend shooting the crap about some thing you guys barely know about. Like when you go to Joe Rogan, he's bringing people on that have deep knowledge on the subject. So, or he's gathered enough knowledge that even if he brings someone on, he's talking about a certain topic that even the guest is a little out there. Joe has, you just got to give it to him. He's gathered so much knowledge about so many things that if he picks a topic he wants to talk about, there's a lot of them he can hit it out of the park. Say a lot of stuff casual people just, you and your friends would not be able to say about that subject. And say it with some authority because he's talked to a lot of people that will back him up on his statements. So it's really good. I'm going to send the confetti reaction in chat every time you say F word so you can keep count. Well, we got one down, right? For sure. We got one down for sure. I just I don't know. I hate putting things down to put my own ideas up. And I hate seeing other people do it. It's like, dude, you like this? Well, to make sure it sounds greater than your thing, it's a bullshit ego boost. D&D sucks. My idea is better. Get the stick out of your ass, dude. And you're lying in the process, right? You're just not admitting it's your lack of creativity. But if anybody with any brain thinks when they hear you say this stuff, they'll realize if they understand what you can do with D&D, they'd be like, dude, what he just said is bullshit. It's just obviously this guy he does not have creativity. And either that's what you're admitting, you're bullshitting. I don't know what it is, but which is it? Or you're tired of D&D? You can do 1,000 things with D&D. Have you done them all? You've done like 5 things and you're sick of it? Dude. Everybody just needs to just be more honest. Be more thoughtful when they speak. Right? Be more think through what you're saying. This is all D&D is. No, it's not. In fact, it's not. So you can sit there on some stream, talk out of your ass, where you're just confessing you barely know anything about D&D. And if you barely know anything about the game, what the fuck are you doing talking on it? This is all D&D is. That means you don't know shit. You don't know shit. Like, talk about what you know. And stop being like, it's such a... I've been hearing guys do this for years, YouTubers, where they put something down to say what they say, what they're doing is better. It's a constant thing with old school guys on here. They constantly do it. If they're not attacking people to say that they're better than them, they'll say the game you play without saying your name. This game sucks. The game I like is better. And at one point, they might slip it in. It's a personal opinion. Oh, wow. I'm glad you stuck that in after like fucking 10 streams somewhere. It's great that you said it for 2 seconds. Right? Gaming is, I said on here before, gaming is personal. But I hate when people go out of their way to attack something because it makes them stupid. It's like, dude, if you have any intelligence about you when you talk about it, you could say, I'm not a big fan of leaning into the D&D system. Doesn't mean you can't do a lot. See, you can be honest. You can say it honestly. Doesn't mean you can't do a lot with it. I'm just not interested in it. I'm not interested in playing it. Like, be honest. There's something wrong with it. I prefer this. But at the same time, you have to confess to yourself. Well, I prefer this does the hero game. The class. Shut up, dude. Shut the fuck up. All this can work for anything. All this can work for anything. Just say you prefer this. Doesn't mean the other thing is worse. And guys become tribal here, especially the audience, because if you like a certain game and that guy starts saying your game sucks, now people can't support each other. You can't talk to that guy in chat. So gaming is personal, but I think a lot of these guys out here doing YouTube, they don't realize that. And you get all this tribal shit going on because old men can become very sensitive when you say their thing sucks. And it's just like, you might think, well, that's bullshit. They shouldn't do that. But they do. But they do. So what I try to do is go, how can I be fair? From the 5e people, WotC people, I try to be as fair as I can. You can do a lot with 3rd edition, for example, but there's a bit of a limitation on it compared to old school, more like Pendragon. See how I talk about it fair instead of saying just absolute shit? I'll be honest, I think it's a roll dice game more than it is a mind thinking game. But that's just me being honest. And I have enough WotC people that stick around with me that know that's what I'm saying. And what do I say when I speak about it that way? I say there's nothing wrong with it. I'll keep using that language because in reality, there is nothing wrong with playing 3rd edition. Instead of thinking through a rube, you're using, your perception check. There's nothing wrong with it. Just not my cup of tea, right? But yeah, 3rd edition, 4th edition, and 5e from WotC has more of a focus on experience. Where if you go to old school, the great thing about old school D&D is it's purposely very generic and loose. So you can do a lot of things with it. And you see that with the OSR. That's what the OSR is. The clones prove it. Like, the old school is so loose, you can do all these settings with it. Now, that's on purpose, too, for the settings, for the adventures. So there is a generic side to it that allows you to do a lot of things. But also, being able to bring in different rules, try different things with it. And the game stretches way more than people think. They'll be like, well, when does it stop being D&D? Man, you can do a lot to D&D and still feel like you're playing a D&D game. Like, a lot to it, a lot more than what guys will admit to, right? Like, it will still, if you still have certain elements, it still feels like D&D. Especially if you're only using certain rules, it's still approaching it in that Dungeons and Dragons sort of way, right? There's a certain element of feel. But what really can change a game is not the rules. I could take D&D and make it feel like it's not D&D most people know. And I wouldn't even have to change rules. Just change how you play. And what I mean is I could change pace. I could put limitations on. I could do all that without changing a single rule to D&D and make it feel like it's not even Dungeons and Dragons. I can make it feel like it's not D&D while you're using Thinko. Limit the combat extremely. Have spotlighting become the big thing, so I don't have to change game rules, and I could make D&D feel like it's not D&D. Now, once you know that, you realize rule changes aren't so much. You can stretch out the game as much as you want, like quite far. And again, the OSR proves that, right? You can stretch it out quite far with rules. So to say, it's a simple-minded way of thinking. People just don't realize it. Well, how far can you go? Well, you can go quite far. Guys that say you can't are full of shit. So the real way you change D&D is when you take certain elements away from it. But even those elements aren't even true for all D&D games. So D&D, depending on the setting too. You play Ravenloft, it will feel different than playing in Forgotten Realms. Play Ravenloft. You'll feel like you're in a bit of a different game. Like, you'll actually feel it. Like, you won't feel like it's Dungeons and Dragons the way you think Dungeons and Dragons if you play Greyhawk. Like, if I give you Ravenloft, you'll see exactly what I mean. If somebody hasn't played a full thing in Ravenloft, go ahead and play Ravenloft. Just genuinely what it is. And before that, play a short campaign of Greyhawk. And then jump into Ravenloft. And tell me if you think you're playing the same game. You won't feel like you're playing the same game. And the rules don't even have to change. Right? So really, when you get away from D&D, it's not about changing the rules as much as it is changing that sort of freedom approach. Right? That sort of free hand approach, typical things. D&D is whatever you want it to be. That's why I say it's always what you want it to be. It's what you want it to be. It's more open to action than most other games. Where most other games, the reason they don't feel like D&D is because there's limitations. There's limitations. I could take other games And if I can play off their combat enough with you, I can make them feel like more like something closer to D&D. Traveler. Oh, shit. I mean, Traveler, I can change how I run that. I can just change how the world reacts. I can keep certain similar rules, but just the reaction, the pace, I could bring things in that you wouldn't expect usually as drawn out in Traveler, change that up the way I handle it. And Traveler won't feel like Traveler the way you know it from the book. But I don't have to change any rules. So I'm just giving an education here. I'm giving an education. Ravenloft also did additional rules regarding the psychology of horror role-playing, even unique saving throws, and the whole new system for corruption and the like, which makes it feel like it's not Dungeons and Dragons. Yes, I probably do that one again because I want to get that one right. I felt like I dirtied that up a bit, but yes, I think it was good coverage overall. I know you guys enjoyed it, but it was that connection issue I was having back in the day with Restream. Though I feel like I've cleaned that up mostly. I don't have the same issues with Restream, but here's what I found on Restream. My advice to anybody who uses Restream: use it on Google Chrome. Simple reason. Google Chrome is made, has ways about it that purposely keep Restream more stable. I was trying to use Restream on the browser Firefox, and it doesn't have the same, it has issues there. So if I ran it on Firefox tonight, I could be running into connection issues right now. But running it on Google Chrome cleans up the connection issues I have. But Firefox has always had issues on lots of things. Of course, it had issues with the connection thing with Restream. And it was a bit on, like, say, bad weather or something like that. But if you combine any bad elements going on with Firefox trying to use Restream, it messes up your connection. And I remember we had a bunch of bumps that night. So I thought the coverage was good on Ravenloft, but the connection was terrible. See, I probably want to do that one at one point, redo with some new information. So I've written a whole new thing up for that, Black Rose. So I probably will. As you know, my new stream that's going to be every Thursday, focused on only old school D&D. That's because I just know there's a lot of D&D people in the hobby. So I want to be able to do all these different games, but I want D&D people to know that don't worry, I like D&D too. So I want to cover your butt. And there's a lot of things I want to cover and talk about with old school and D&D. So my first new stream for old school D&D on Thursdays, every Thursday, starting in June, the first one is going to cover Dark Sun. A lot of people talk about Dark Sun. That's going to be interesting. That's good. We're going to dig into that and have a lot of fun. I think a lot of people are going to like Dark Sun, the Dark Sun setting. If you've only heard about it or vague hearing about it, I'm going to really give you the meat on the bone. So if you really want to know what Dark Sun is, top to bottom. Another thing I'm probably going to soon cover, I'm thinking of doing it on a off-script night. I want to know what you guys would think of this. Even Craig. I know Craig's not a D&D guy, but I think this would be interesting for everyone. Psionics. Now, Psionics, I don't want to do an entire type of game coverage on it, but it's an element of D&D that I've been I read about. I tried with some of the newer stuff. It does have Psionics with 5e, right? You guys know I ran 5e. So I feel I can touch on Psionics from old school to new school, and I want to cover Psionics because I heard people talking about it. And when I hear people talking about a certain subject and it's hot, I like to hit on it on purpose, right? And I do a lot of detailed coverage on these things that other people don't do. So other people just might want to have a talk about psionics. That's all good. They can tell you their opinions. But I like to do a fact-based coverage on psionics. Dark Sun is the one where you want to have at least 2 or 3 backup characters ready. That is one where even avoiding stuff, yeah, that's an exception. That's a hard, grindy experience, Dark Sun. But it's meant to be that way. The idea is if you do survive, on that first character, you're doing something right, or it's a mix of doing something right and getting lucky. I just have to confess that. Dark Sun is a very grindy thing. Don't run at combat in Dark Sun like carelessly early on. Don't dare. Like if there's any time the designers have been right about saying, like, you see it like in Greyhawk, you might go into the dungeon and you're running at combat and you shouldn't. And you got your 5 characters and you're going through characters and you should be avoiding most combat and you wouldn't have to do that. Or in Dark Sun, you can play smart and still kick. Yeah. See, I want to do the whole coverage D&D psionics because it's hot right now, and if I hear people talking about these things, I want to cover them. I do. I want to cover. Right. I'm revamping psionics in my own Neo TTRPG system, so I've been looking at all these psionic things, and I want to cover psionics. If it's a hot topic, I want to cover the facts, right, from the 5e to right to the old school. So people want to hear more about the accurate information on psionics, what it is, the gameplay. I'm going to cover in detail. I've actually covered psionics before old school, sort of in a fact-based way too, in a previous old stream, right? But old streams I was doing. What's that? Sorry, I thought that was someone at my door for a second. No, nobody at the door. I used to do a little bit of, fact-based sort of streaming off and on. I just decided, like I said a few months ago, to make that a thing full-time. Right, just to make it a full thing, fact-based coverage, not just something I was doing sort of here and there. But I thought I'd do it full-time. But I did do a old psionics coverage where it was facts, but it was just old school. Now that I've ran 5e and messed about with the psionics there, I want to cover the whole thing, right? Because I think it's interesting enough. And in all honesty, I actually don't think psionics is a bad part of the game. Now, don't get it wrong. I think it's more handy for the game master at the end of the day, or the DM, dungeon master. In my opinion, it's a really handy thing to be comfortable with. And if you have a monster that can do psionics and you understand how this all plays in, it is actually good. It's a shame when people run the Underdark and you take characters down there and a lot of DMs just skip over psionics. But it means a lot of very cool things monsters with psionics can do down there, like the Brain Ball, you can't use no more. Now you're going to, and you can maybe replace some of it or use it like magic. Some people do. Some people don't, right? I think psionics actually works. That's old school, mind you. My opinion on the new school stuff, new school has its issues all around. So I'm like, new school, in my opinion, needs combat cleaned up, but I'll leave it at that. Like, combat for 5e is so bad. It's so bad. It's terrible at the table. It is so slow. It is honestly so slow that it doesn't matter what cool things you can do. It's like I said before, no matter how cool your ideas are, if the experience playing it out in the actual game flops, it doesn't matter. All the ideas can sound cool. They just suck when the experience sucks. So the experience has to be good for the cool ideas to be cool. There's a combination that has to go together. If combat's too slow, a lot of ideas flop. So the economy for combat has to change with 5e. Probably has to change with 3e too. And I don't even have an opinion with 4e. I think 4e can be the exception, but not for people that want to play D&D. I think, again, a lot of people just contest 4e sort of becomes its own beast. If you're a wargamer that likes a slower pace, more than most D&D people like myself, you might really like 4e as an element of roleplay. But for the casual people that play D&D, 4e, I just put that to the side. No hate. I can sort of I can sort of say no hate for 4E, but 5E and 3E, the economy around combat has to change. Doesn't matter how cool your ideas are if the experience doing this stuff sucks, right? That's just the absolute truth, I believe. Combat has to be at a pace good, fast good, feel good. Now, once you get combat feeling good and going the right way, whatever ideas you play into that, not against it, your ideas can't add something to it, then that hurts what you're doing, like that pace. Whatever ideas you can apply to that become good. Then it's good combat. And combat, here's my issue with 5e. Here's what my criticism with 5e or even 3e. D&D doesn't do anything any other game does uniquely outside of combat. You can do social interaction like any other tabletop role-playing game. So it's not competing with other games doing that. It's not competing with other games doing traps or puzzles. All that can be done with any game. The only unique thing about D&D is combat. That's the main unique piece that separates it from the way you might play Ghostbusters with the ghost die, the way you might play the storytelling game with Pendragon, right? It should be possible to be effective even in 5e, but it depends a lot on the DM and the player's skill. Players have got to know their characters, their gear, their abilities, their spells, and whatnot. You do, but even when you got players that are good at that stuff, the pace is boring. Like, go watch, and I'll even be nice to Matt Mercer and his group here. Those guys have to work their asses off during combat to make it fun. And I mean, not make it fun for them. Make it fun for the onlooker. They have to be very entertaining during combat. And you'll notice this. Go watch your combat. Watch the pickup of energy. It's not because combat's really exciting. Understand that Matt Mercer and his group is the game experience between them is secondary to you watching. So I'm not attacking Matt Mercer on this, but he is doing an entertainment show to entertain the watcher. So him and his crew are less concerned with what they go through and more concerned with you watching, entertaining you. There's nothing wrong with that. That's what they do. Go watch combat. Go watch when they do Wizards of the Coast D&D combat or even Pathfinder. Go watch your combat and all their live things. Combat is not, they're not pick me up because it's exciting. They're pick me up because if they just ran combat normally, you'd get bored watching. So they have to pick up their energy to make boring combat more exciting. It's almost like combat's just going to be a driver of energy for them. And it drives them up because now they have to make it more funny, more statements, right? You got it. And this is not shitting on them. I'm not even saying they're scripted. I'm not making that accusation. A lot of people do. I mean, look, if you like them, you're going to be forgiving. This is how the world works. If you don't like somebody, the potential problems, you'll see them and say them. If you like something, even if there's potential problems, you're forgiving. And you'll notice right away that when you don't like something, you might be forgiving with this group over here that you like, but if the same thing happens with the group you don't like, you're less forgiving, even though in reality, you should be just as forgiving with this group as you are with this one. If it's as likely they're not doing something bad, they're not doing something bad. But that's just how the world works, right? Well, I try myself to get rid of biased thinking. So, yes, look, I've watched Mercer, and I go, there's parts, man, where it comes across that, like it could be. Like, parts where I got no beef. I skimmed some of the things where they showed where this is scripting. And I go watch them like, it's like there's one, a pretty popular one, where it looks like the player has forgotten to react to something. And they have to get him to react and say a certain thing. And I'm like, dude, even me being fair, that looks scripted. Even without a bias against these guys. I have no personal hate on for them. I don't have the beef with Matt Mercer and his group that other people do. But there's been a few things I've seen where I'm like, oh, dude, that looks like you guys planned that out. Now, I think there's, at the end of the day, I think there's nothing wrong, because I believe you could plan things out and not everything is planned out. But then there's certain elements where it's like, well, that's planned out. You need to have known you were going to go through. Okay. That would mean the players would have to all know this part right up to here. I don't know. Badly formulated. I didn't mean to add criticism to them, but just that the kind of have drive each other up. I got an impression that they're sort of reaction on demand at some points. I don't know. It seems that way. And the reaction on demand thing with the combat, that's not scripted. But I think I picked up on that. And when you watch a combat, if they didn't put the energy in, man, that would suck. Like for the onlooker, that would suck. If they were just reacting like they do most parts of the game, when they're doing live, I'd be like, yeah, that sucks. They have to pick up the energy. Because there's so many little things to do during combat. And D&D centers around combat. I mean, you're not going to do social interaction differently, right? You're not doing posts. There is no other part of the game that is really so unique away from any other system. That the one thing D&D does that's different is the way they do combat exactly, right? Now, some of their games have similar elements now, Savage Worlds, stuff like that, but really D&D has a unique way of doing combat, just does. And if the game centers on combat, if that's its special piece, if it doesn't get that right, I call that, in my opinion, I don't know, I'm not trying to attack people, but that means it's broken, as far as it doesn't even have to be broken in rules. It's just broken because that's the one piece that has to work in a certain way. I'm like, if you don't get combat, if there's too many elements, you slow it down, the experience dies. It just dies. And, it's one thing to watch people play WotC in person. I think that's why you lose a lot of DMs. In person, privately, it can get really boring. But if you see the guys performing live, well, they're just like Matt Mercer. Even guys that have almost no audience, if they're doing live for an audience, there's a pick-me-up at combat. Now, some don't even know to do that. I've seen some of the fucking YouTubers or people on Twitch, their live stream dies because it's actors. I just got to say this, to be honest. They're not normal D&D players. These are people that are actors that might not be in Hollywood. We just didn't have to admit that's a real thing. There's a lot of actors out there that they fail at Hollywood. They see what Matt Mercer done, and they want to know if they can have a career doing this. You get the odd ones that succeed, 99% fail. And you're almost guaranteed to fail if you don't understand you got to do the pick-me-up on combat. So I see some guys, some groups out there of actors, they get to the combat part of the game and they're all just like playing it like normal. I'm like, oh, dude, no, stop. This is when you should be. I hope one thing all actors should learn from Matt Mercer's group is that combat up. Because WotC combat is slow. For the onlooker, that's painful to watch. Right? So for the onlooker, you're dead. Like you dead in the water. You need to pick, if you're doing it for an audience, even if you're not scripting, but you're doing it for an audience, your energy has to go up during combat. If any actors ever see my stream on this talking about this subject, it's my one piece of advice to you. Right? If you didn't catch on from Mercer, when it gets to the combat, you got to go up. You got to go up. You got to give energy, because I got to tell you, that part is boring for the onlooker. Boring. And it's something I've heard commonly from people that watch that stuff. So I've talked to people in person, especially at our game group, that loves Mercer. There are some of the 5e people. They love the live stuff. Like, well, what kills it for you? And they're like, there's a lot of boring combat. Like, they constantly say it's the one thing that they're like, let me guess, they're just playing combat normal, really, like normal from the game. Yeah. And I'm like, oh, okay, there you go. It's gonna be boring. It's gonna be boring. Like you're just playing the game, but it's like, see, the actors are waiting to get to the part where they can do a little bit more talking with the character, and so they're just pacing themselves through combat. And I'm like, just don't do that, dude. Don't. This is the part where you actually want to take combat and give it flavor, talking character, make jokes outside of the game, right? Bring your energy up here because this is a pacing that can kill the live viewing audience. Just saying. And I would say that for any game, really, for anybody, even the guys that do old school. If you're, I don't care what game it is, when you get to combat, look, if you're just doing your live stream because you want to show people how it really goes, fair enough, whatever. But if you're doing it for the sake of drawing onlookers as sort of an entertainment factor, your players have to know, and you got to communicate to them outside of the game, and you got to know that during combat has to be a pick-me-up. Even old school D&D where the combat's a little faster. Sorry, onlookers watching now. The experience between you and your players can be great, but that's privately can be great. To the onlooker, combat still is slower. It is a slow down on pacing. So when you get to slowing pacing, pick me up. And then between the energy, when you do the awesome crit or the awesome action, then it can seem like you got your energy, and then there's the awesome action. So it's then you're covering up slower pacing. That'd be my advice, because it's a common thing I hear from young people around where they watch this stuff, and they're like, Matt Mercer, his group are really good at doing the fights. And I'm like, they are for the onlooker. I get the trick. They are for the onlooker, because when they get to the fights, they have figured out something. And that is, it is slow. The pace kills the watching audience. So you become more active during that moment. And then when the crit happens, when the attack happens, then the flavor gets added into your energy. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, he killed him. That's a great part. Just saying. Just saying. You know, having someone on to do a panel, I thought about it. What I've realized is over time is, because I find this dead in the water. I hate doing pick me up with a panel or somebody else on the thing. I think there has to be a pick me up when you know the subject, or the other people need to know the subject. Like you hit a certain subject and you got someone sitting on your panel that doesn't talk. To me, that's an absolute disgrace. I hate seeing that happen. I'll see someone sit there for like 2 hours on the panel. And I'm like, they've been on there for about 2 hours. How much has she said during the 2 hours? Very little, almost nothing. I'm like, I can't do that. I can't do that with the panel stuff. That's something I would never do. If you ever see me bring somebody on here, I will specifically try to talk about things where I will look for ways to bring people into the talk. And to me, if it's your YouTube channel and you're hosting the panel, if you don't take responsibility for keeping people involved in the talk, I think you're lost. I think there's some hosting responsibility from the person on the thing. I see that too often. And there's some interesting people out there that I personally know are interesting. I'll see them talk on another channel, and right away the audience goes up. I see them go on another channel, they barely say anything, and the audience sort of stays steady or goes down. I'm like, whoop. It could be challenging one-on-one for a long period of time, but I'm here. It's just for chatting. So if you guys want to chat some more, you can. We can go back to focusing on Paranoia. Let's see. Paranoia is going to be good. So someone was asking me if I'm going to cover second edition. The tone changed across editions. It really did. Different editions of Paranoia often handle tone very differently. Some editions leaned harder into dark satire. dystopian paranoia, and social pressure. Others push further towards absurd comedy, slapstick chaos, and exaggerated humor. Because of that, different groups sometimes have very different ideas about what real paranoia feels like. So, to give a heads up to people that I'm going to be covering tonight, I'm covering the original mainly because when I cover games on here, what really happens is a lot of games I played or even ran. When I came into the hobby in 1987 and through the years before I leading into becoming a game master, I gamed with a lot of guys that started like in like 75, even 74, you know what I mean? Somewhere in the 70s. Some guys in the early 80s, but the old timers, when most of the games come out, they would get them right away. They had a crap load of games, and they stopped getting them after a period of time, but because they mostly play one or two games, D&D, something like that. But each one of the guys I knew, I go over to their places, and each one would have like multiple books of different games. What saved me money, why I didn't play a lot of other editions, what saved me money was taking the games they had, borrowing them, and I print them. Now I'm young, so I didn't have like always handfuls of money to go and buy all these games. And some of them were older and harder to get. Or even the newer editions cost a bit more. And I didn't have money to get all the games I ran and played, right? I play games, especially if guys were going to run them, if they had certain editions. I played a bit of second edition Paranoia. But I would go print the original editions because all these guys would have books. And so Paranoia, I ran the first one. I had a phone call, but I'm back now. Probably, oh, no worries, Craig. Welcome back. I ran original Paranoia, and I personally like it because it takes a bit more of a serious tone to the game. Second edition, well, it depends. It depends on how you. I say it has this, but I can say anything. Like I've said earlier, it really comes down to who's running it or who's playing it, how you lean into the game. A lot of people like second edition. A lot of people like second edition because it goes after a certain different element, but it can be a bit more funny, dark funny. I like first edition because it felt, because it's so experimental and so new, it feels to me more gritty. And now I say that, but then it also gives you the freedom to run Paranoia in any certain way you want. So there's a lot of ways to run Paranoia that I can meet second edition people that will tell me Paranoia is this. And then I can run over to another second edition person and they'll be like, well, Paranoia is actually this. And you realize if you talk to both groups, their experience with the same edition is actually different. It's actually different. Like they ran it this way. Same thing with first edition. That's true. Some people played a little bit more to the funny. I like, as you guys know, I mentioned this many times, I like the idea of keeping things serious and structure and world in most games. And then if there is funny, allowing funny to happen within the series, right? It's probably less expensive to buy rules now than pay for printing. Well, it depends. It depends. Like, here, getting clones of games can be handy. You can get a clone of James Bond. If you're going to try to buy James Bond, you could be paying $100. Now, if you can... Now, when I say printing, Craig, you might be thinking about printing online. I do think of that, but sometimes you can find copies of games where you can sort of get a cheap old version of it if you don't want expansions, but like say PDF, a lot of people don't like PDF. And some PDFs are out there available because they're not good for printing because they don't look good. But that's the cheaper way of printing. But it depends on if you're just printing for paper. That can be no cost at all other than buying the paper. You can pay for printing. Printing can be, I get what you're saying, Craig, cost you for printing, but I still can't. In most old school games, it's not going to cost you $100 for printing, but a lot of the old games are considered collectible. So it depends. Like if it's one of the newer games, I would agree with you, Craig. A lot of the newer games are a lot easier to get than and probably cheaper than printing. But go back to like the Pedal Throne game, and you're going to pay like $120, $130, $40. Like on some of the collector sites, if you want, like say, hardcover books or versions of it, because it's especially some of the gems like Castle of Falkenstein can cost you a lot of money, right? But you can find what they call like if you really search really hard, almost like flawed PDFs that don't print that well. There's a lot of them out there. If you can really, really, really look and know who to talk to. Then there's Yippee-ki-yay, pirates. Right? I don't promote that. But I mean, I'm not saying pirate as in go get something illegally. But there's enough stuff that came out through those processes that you can find stuff. And so when people say it's cheaper to get certain things in certain ways, I could be like, if you mean through a pirate means, I can't really promote that to you. I wouldn't be promoting that to you. But I mean, yeah, I guess you could look at it that way. But to get physical copies, it depends. Some games out there, it's so hard to even find a physical copy. Or if you do, you got to go on eBay and it charges you a lot of money, right? So I don't know. But I can imagine some of the games out there, if they're easier to access, I guess, right? I guess. I don't know how easy it would be to get Ghostbusters, printing compared to getting an actual copy. I honestly have not looked into it. I've honestly not looked into it, so I don't know. So a lot of the games I'm covering right now are quite ironically expensive because they're old games. I just have the reason I can look at them, borrow books. It's like because I know guys that have them or I have them printed, but I don't have like a pretty version to show you. Just how it is. How it is. But yeah. But that's why I played. If people wonder why I did a lot of first edition like originals, because it was just guys that picked these up when they first came out, and it was it cost me nothing pretty much other than having paper to borrow games off guys back in the day, print and then run. Because I remind people I'm a gamer, so when I say gamer, I mean I prefer the experience over anything. I don't want to say nothing more from worth mentioning. At 8 o'clock, I know it's going to be like 50 minutes, guys, but when I hit this topic, there's a lot to say. There's a lot to say about this game, but I don't want to give up. I do want to mention something now, just because I'll be giving it up. I don't want to give it up now. For someone who's actually played it, like Craig, there's not much to give up, but there might be. My ideas about how to run it might be unique. I don't know. I might have ran it a little bit differently than the way your game master ran it for you there, Craig, or the way you ran it. So my advice for how to run it might be a little bit different than your take. And maybe even character creation, because I have a bunch of views on character creation too. And then my take, remember, this is all my take. So, it's one thing to read the book. It's my perception of the setting, my perception of how to run it, my perception of character creation. So, in that way, there could be something unique in there for you, Craig, which I know you played Paranoia 40 years ago. 40 years. But it is a good topic. I've been hearing so much in the last few days. So much. And being in Canada right now, and the way things are going, it's like, I'll give you, this is not conspiracy. Go look in the Middle East and their water problems. Oh, okay, played it, yeah. Well, that might have a very different take on the setting and stuff like that. That might interest you, Craig, a lot. Like really, really interest you. Like, really. Because I like to go at things in a lot of different ways. Yeah, I think you know that by now. Okay. Making sure there's not someone at the door, right? Here's somebody banging on somebody else's door. Not my door. Okay, good. But I have an interesting take on these games. I like to. There's so many different ways. Tone and pacing is so important to this game. Pacing is very important. Pacing is so important to the experience, and that's. Oh, that too. The check of the Middle East. Imagine this, Craig. Imagine you're in Dubai, and you see all the water going on for a few decades, and you've been living there. But what you don't know is the majority of water being used is water that took thousands of years, tens of thousands of years to build up, and the water you're using was built up at a stage before humanity was even recorded as existing. And you've been using water that has not been replaced and can't be replaced. Right? You're using water people don't even realize you're using in Dubai. Like, they think you're taking all ocean water and changing it. Part of that's true, but you're also using this water on the land that at a different time around Dubai, in the past on Earth, there's a certain amount of water layer that builds up under the ground, right? And that took forever to build up. And the way the system works now is the water will not come back and ever replace that. So you're never going to get water to replace it. And you're using that water up to run your city in Dubai. So if you're living there, you don't know this. You think, oh, they're using the ocean water and this will last forever. It's like, that's not what they're using. They're using this water and they've used up 80% of it. And I mean, really quickly too. So they're like down to 20%, which if you look at different parts of the Middle East, they've even talked about evacuating cities now completely, like and recently. Why? Because there's no water. And it's gotten to the point they've had to try to stop using the water, even though they're still using it. And now they're getting water from different parts of the world. And now they're using water up from these other places, which takes water away. The world is in trouble. Now, sounds like conspiracy. To a degree, it was considered conspiracy if you go back to like 2016. Now they just openly admit, yeah, we've used up 80% of the water that was packed under the earth forever, tens of thousands of years ago. And we're almost out. Like almost completely out. And even with the data center stuff, man, the amount of water that stuff uses, that's crazy. That's insane. I've seen now stuff where I'm just like, all the water's completely gone where a data center is. And like, it's never happened before there. I'm like, the fuck? Yep. And I don't want to mention anything, but then I see all these zero energy things out there. We're talking conspiracy now, zero energy things, where people have shown that you don't need all this stuff to make energy. And then they put it out and then they suddenly go missing. And there's a new guy doing it now. He's recently doing it, showing that you can make energy out of nothing. And everyone's telling him, I'm like, you better watch your fucking ass. Because it's a whole history is every time somebody shows this up, they creep out of existence. Same as data centers as well. Almond milk. That's so vague, Egghead, you're going to have to explain. Almond milk uses the same as data centers as well. I'm not sure. Less vague. That'd be helpful. It's like saying your foot uses as much water. Is it a joke or you base? I just seen things. I know for years. So I know there's water in spots for years. Some water disappears over certain years, and it has a certain timeline where you just know it's regular shit. Now there's like data centers and areas where the water's just completely gone. You're just like, well, okay. I mean, I know there's a lot of crap out there about it, but there's some things that are real that they can just show you that just does not line up with anything. You're just like, okay, well that's real. That water's gone. And they don't deny it uses tons of water, more than you could ever imagine for the data centers, which seems insane to me. Insane. Hear all these rumors. They're going to turn the middle of America into a desert. I'm like, well, I don't know about that, but still. It's like, okay, what are you doing with the water? I don't know. Be like, if you need that much water. I wouldn't doubt it. And that's probably not good either. It's like a combination effect. You can get away with it for some things, but some things I think it's like the Middle East using up the natural water underneath. You can go so many decades and everything could seem great for decades. It's just at one point the shit catches up to you. It's like in the Middle East, they're not even denying it now. Now they're getting to the point where they're coming out making public speeches. The leaders go, we may have to abandon this city. What? Yeah, because they ran out of so much water, they got to abandon cities. I'm like, really? Yeah, not conspiracy, even though it used to be. Now they're doing talks like that because they used up so much water. I can believe the almond thing does it. But it's like even that be like, well, were they paying attention? How long can you get away with that? And how disruptive is that to the entire system, right? What I really think is, and they'll say this, our whole system is screwed up for a million different reasons. And when you tear it down, you're just going to be like, well, you can say the population's a problem. Is it the energy? Is it a lack of using nuclear? Is it? That's why it's so hard to be a conspiracy theorist and know everything for sure. Because you can go on one conspiracy channel where it's like, well, this is all bad, but this is okay. So they like something. You go on another one, and they'll tell you, like, I mean, I've seen one where it's like, man, this is happening over, say, in Iran with all this stuff going on. Yeah, he's winning. He's doing this. And then you go over to another channel, it's like, the whole war is being lost. It has? Yeah, see the meeting he's going to? It means he lost. He's just not telling the public. This conspiracy guy over here says they won. And then when you hear them talk, they're all like on, like you talk, the government gets on, yeah, we got control of everything. Okay. This guy says you're doing a bit more than what you have control over. You're kicking some real ass, but you're not admitting it. Over here on this conspiracy channel, you lost the war. Well, then which one's right? Did he lose? Did he win more? Do they have control? I don't know. There's some real things out there. But then, even when you look at all the connections, the way they try to connect dots, it gets really terrible. But I was just like, because so many people lie. That you get cross here. It's like, which line is the truth and which one isn't? I'm not really for sure. I don't know. Like, I live in a place where, in Canada, a busy work and busy everything. I walk out the door, it's like being in India. See how they talk about all the East Indians coming in, the immigration thing? I've grown up Canadian, in Canada, traditions, everything. Now I'm in a place where it's like walk out the door. Go to every store. It's all East Indian serving me. I don't hate a specific group of people, just it's in your face. Every store is East Indian cashiers. The Tim Hortons here in Canada. The Tim Hortons that are around me. You walk through the door. You don't see a single Canadian. You see all East Indians. And I mean, 100% of the people serving you are East Indians. If you see 5 cars, 4 of them are East Indian people driving by you. It's completely gone. Completely gone. Like, you see barely any Canadians around. You see all these immigrants out there bringing in. And some of them have issues where I think it's true. The third world isn't a place. It's a mindset. And they bring the mindset with them. And a lot of them, because they're bringing them en masse, they do not adapt to the culture at all here. So it's like you're just living around East Indian people that are living like they're in India. They're not trying to live like they're in Canada being Canadians. So our culture, our traditions are just ignored by the majority of people here. Completely ignored. Like they try to live like they're in India. Like the vast majority of them do not make any attempt to adapt to the system here at all. And then you think they're here for other reasons. Like you'd be like, well, I guess a lot of them are here for tech reasons. But then they do test on them for tech, for the IT jobs. They've done this in America and in Canada. And if you take, say, for example, 40,000 East Indians, and you test them against Canadian workers for IT, Canadian workers for high value will pass at about 59%. Less than 2% of East Indian IT workers are actually good enough for the jobs they're doing. So they actually fail completely. And you're like, but wait, aren't these all the Microsoft people and all this? But they absolutely fail. And if you can repeat the test over and over again. But I thought they were like fucking genius IT people here and all this. Nope. Vast majority of them. And most of them come here with what I call fake education. They get here with paperwork which you can just buy or cheaply get in India, where you really don't have any skills at all. You get here and you don't have any skills. And they take these workers in Canada, for example. Right now, the government pays half of their wages. So people are wondering, why is every place hiring East Indians? It's because imagine you could do this. If you hire the Canadian, you, the company, have to pay 100% to the Canadian every hour. If you hire an East Indian, you pay only 50% from your company. The government will pay the other 50% for you. That's a real thing. And it lasts for 3 years. I don't know how it works. And I imagine if you're here for 3 years, it's going to be a real dump at one point for a lot of these workers when suddenly hopefully they build up their skills. But for the first 3 years they're here, what they call the temporary workers, they'll be covered, but after 3 years, they're not covered. But then they want extensions. And the extension would include the government to keep paying for them. But that means, here's what's weird. The Canadian citizen will pay the taxes, and that tax money is then used to pay the worker, the East Indian worker. How screwed up of a system is that in Canada? And so that's why you got they have Dunkin' Donuts saying they're going to come back here to Canada, and because of the way things are working, Tim Hortons has become very unpopular with Canadians. So Dunkin' Donuts is saying it's going to come here and just hire just Canadians. And right away, Tim Hortons has gone into a panic, right? They've gone into a panic because they realize if you go across to over 90% of Tim Hortons, which are a lot of them across Canada, they're all full of East Indian workers. I mean, you go to any Tim Hortons, it's East Indian. You go to a mall right now, every worker is East Indian. And the reason the companies are putting Canadians out, firing Canadians on purpose, or they're firing them on purpose, so they can make a ton of money by bringing these guys in because the government pays half the wages. And then if you're a refugee coming to Canada, it gets even crazier. Refugees in cash right now in Canada. If you come here, especially if you're East Indian or Muslim, if you come here as a refugee, They're paying you $82,000 a year in money. Not in payment. And for the first 6 months you're here, they pay your rent and they buy you a vehicle. You can literally have the Canadian government pay for your vehicle and pay for your rent for the first 6 months and give you over $80,000 a year, which is more than what the average Canadian makes. The average Canadian makes over $60,000 a year right now. Refugees are getting over $80,000 in cash. Their rent's paid for the first half year they're here, and they have vehicles paid for them. And that's on paper. I'm not saying anything that's a lie, right? So it is extreme here. It is extreme. And people have no idea. They plan, and even the way they're bringing in immigrants right now, before 2050, without even the birth rate, just they're bringing in, they'll have more East Indians coming to Canada than there are Canadians. So they're going to forcefully have them outnumber us just by bringing them here as workers. It's insane. And then when you see the polls, you see our prime minister has extremely high polls. He's very popular. What they're not telling you is the polls, 80% of the people they're asking are the immigrants and the refugees. So when you see like RPM, who's doing all this, has high numbers, it's very few Canadians are in the polls saying good. It's like just a mass amount of immigrants and refugees that are being polled to get these numbers up. Oh, we're fucked in Canada. We're fucked. Like basically, our prime minister is giving the nation away. Like giving it away. And who does it protect? Here's what they don't tell you either. So in Canada, here's how it works. On top of all these East Indians, now again, I'm surrounded by East Indians. I see almost no Canadians, just nothing but East Indians when I go to the door. You could tell it's a program. Like it is an insane program when they bring this stuff here. They take over complete areas. There's one part in Canada now where they're saying it should be considered. They want to turn it into, like, you know how the Quebec in Canada is for the French? They want their own province now. Like they want their own province now. And they're actually doing a whole vote for this, a very serious push to make a province pro-East Indian. And there's guys trying to run as politicians saying, well, because we're in a bilingual country, French and English. They think French is not an important language. So they're trying to push that aside, say French is not important because they can't speak French. They can barely speak English, most of the guys, right? And we have politicians right now, East Indian politicians that are in there, that they get up and they do a speech in English, and I swear to fuck, I can't tell half what the guy's saying. Like, dude, I get you're a politician. I don't know what you're saying. Your accent is that bad, I cannot understand your English. Like legit. Like I've heard some guys out there will say that guy sounds bad. I'm like, I can sort of get what he's saying. But they got some guys in now that you can't understand. You absolutely can't understand. Like they're giving the nation away. And you have a bunch of Canadians that I don't know why they're reacting like everything is good here. I'm like, maybe they live in areas, and I think this happens. People live in situations where they're not faced with this stuff. I'm like, I get it. It's the old story of the fires down the street. I can tell you, hey man, you got to deal with the fire. You're like, that's all right. It's just down the street. Like, dude, but if you wait till it gets to your door, it's going to burn your house down. So you better deal with it while it's there. Don't wait till it gets to your home. But guys, here in Canada, I swear, it's just how people react. It gets to the doorstep and they're finally, I'm ready to fight. I'm like, too late, dude. Let's burn your house down now. But I'm ready to fight. No, the only time you can fight it is when it was down the street. They have no idea what's coming here in Canada. But I get it. If you live in a community and you're not around, like there's some Canadians that just, they're still able to live in communities where this has not happened. Like it hasn't creeped up on them yet. But I'm like, it's like Canada. We're known for leaving our doors open. That's how safe it used to be in Canada. I can't leave my door open. Like at all. It's not safe. It's really. I'm around East Indians. They do go right into the homes now. And I've watched it. Like literally watched it for real. Where there's guys going around checking doors to see if they can get in. And I'm like, okay, my door has to stay locked now. And we used to be a full-on trust society. Not where I'm at now. It is dangerous. It is absolutely dangerous. And there's crap loads of crime that I've never seen in my life growing up in Canada. But it's a type of crime that you would hear about in places like India. Like they had this crime over there. Now we have it here. And we have it here en masse and people don't know it. And they have no idea because they're not living in it. But I happen to be living in the middle of it, right? And I'm like, holy fuck, dude, this is scary. This is scary shit. It's honestly scary shit. It's not safe to go to the door. I have to watch it every time I walk in the door now. I'm very conscious of what's going on around me because there's just violence everywhere. And people don't believe it. I'm like, yeah, well, if you're in it, you'll believe it. If you're in it, you'll believe it. The second you're in it, the second you see it all the time, you're watching what you do. And I grew up in a place where we leave our door open all the time. You just can't do it now. Now, there's parts of Canada where I imagine you can. But I'm like, for now, trust me, I remember hearing about this. If I go back like 10 years ago, people are like, man, I'm living in an area where it's like all like these people coming in, these like non-Canadians. I'll be like, it's not that bad. I said it myself. I used to say it myself, not that bad. Now it's that bad because I did what other people did. Someone was going, Steven, what? There's a fire down the street. And I'm like, oh, fire down the street, who cares? I did that. So I'm just guilty. I'm guilty. So I tell people I got caught by it. I'm guilty. East Indian kids outside right now screaming, but I was guilty. And 10 years later, what I was told about 10 years ago that I thought was bullshit, I'm now surrounded by. And it's too late to change the situation I'm in. But that's because the fire was down the street. I ignored it. Fire gets up to the doorstep. Oh, shit. Okay. Yeah, I'm here. So I've gone up. I grow up all my years in Canada. Doors open. Full-on trust society. Now it's not. And we follow rules in the first world. That's how we keep a civilized nation, right? The most of the East Indians around here don't follow any rules. It is absolute chaos. Like it's absolute. They don't follow any rules. They act like they're living in India. They don't follow rules at all. Like if there's rules that we share a certain thing in the building, like a laundry room, they don't follow rules. They don't follow any organized rules at all. I mean, there's some, but it's a small number of them. So you get a small number of Indians that sort of respect rules. Most don't. What can I tell you? I don't hate them. I don't go around just hating a specific group of people, but when you're living amongst them and you're seeing them do all this stuff and you see the majority of them doing it, right? Now, in the last so many months, because we got a new super here, the new super has allowed some more Canadians to move into the buildings. And another good thing is, I hate to say it, I don't want to sound cruel, but we don't have Muslims living around these buildings because we're allowed to have dogs. And the Muslims, I hate to say it, just not, and we have one Muslim family that's okay with dogs here. But the majority that were wanting to live here all found out about the dogs and went, no, because we have dogs. And that's a majority. So I'm not saying all Muslims oppose dogs, but most do. At least most that were thinking about moving in here. And when they found out we were allowed to have dogs, because we're one of the only places where you can have dogs, they all refused. So if you think it's just a few, no, it's like there's just a few that are okay with it. The majority of the Muslims don't want to live here because we have dogs. So it keeps them away, but then you still get a ton of East Indians. And they're all crazy and act crazy. So they don't follow rules. It's another thing I've had to adjust to because I'm from civilized Canada. Like we leave the door open when I was growing up. You take your turn doing something. You follow rules if they're put in front of you. For the most part, and if you don't, people frown at you. That's a sour thing on you. Now it's commonplace with the Indians. The majority of them don't follow rules at all. The other thing is they allow, say, people begging for money in that, right? Well, because we've changed our rules here based on the government, where it used to be that cops would enforce, like if you were around, like we have a library, we have the little strip mall up here. If people put policies up that you can't really be out bumming people for money, that used to be allowed. That's not allowed no more. And the cops will not enforce removing people bumming for money. So I go to the store and it's like, hey, could I get something? No, dude. No, I got to walk by that every day if I go there. If I go to the library, the fucking library, the library people won't even take their kids no more because it's inside the lobby, all in front of the fucking place. All these people asking for fucking money and food. And that's the library. So I'm like it's insane. It's insane. It's turned into an insane asylum place. I'm not trying to attack people. I'm just telling people the truth. That's what I'm experiencing firsthand. I don't know if you're living in Canada somewhere else and you tell me that's not happening. I'm like, oh, dude, I'm here. It's happening. How you doing? Hi. I'm living through it. I'm in the middle of it. So, and they'll tell you it's only a few people that will act bad. It's not. It's the majority. At least the majority I'm around. Maybe I just having bad luck. Maybe I'm having bad luck. Now, we have a few more kids and families moving in here now. So at least around right where I live has become a little bit more safer. But they still go up to the doors and check them. And we get people like we have a set of picnic tables out here between the buildings. At a certain time, some nights, a bunch of I hate to use the term bums, they come and hang out around the picnic tables. So I'm like, okay. At a certain time at night, I'm just like, I'm locked in. I will not go outside. And I've even had just even recently, like a couple weeks ago, I think two East Indians were following me, two really small guys. They're following me from the store. I turned around, and one with a navy blue shirt on has his hand coming out with a little knife in it. And I said, well, dudes, guys, I could kick your asses right here if you don't want to leave me alone. And then he puts the knife back, and they both backed off. I tell him straight up, like, well, if you follow me, I'm going to kick both your asses. And I can do it right here. You can stop following me. Up to you. And that's how I get them to leave me alone. The guy had a knife coming out of his pocket. What am I supposed to think? They weren't following me for a good reason. And they started following me from the store up into an area where I walk around the thing. So they were taking a very odd path, which is my odd path. Right. And I like to do the walk because, you know, it's healthy to get out and walk, but it's become a little bit dangerous. Right. To get out and walk. And that's in the middle of the day, guys. That's not at night. That's like at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And two guys are they're out in front of a bar. One guy in the green shirt, I walk by him. Hey man, do you think you can buy me some food? I'm hungry. No, dude, can't do that. I don't get the money for that. Sorry. Walk on. Then I come back to buy another store, and there's two of them in the store trying to bum that guy in the store. And then they came out of the store and decided they were going to follow me. And I was like, well, okay, I can kick both your asses now, or you can fucking leave me alone. And they stopped. And that's what we're dealing with here. And so when I hear about Canadians saying, oh, it's all nice and easy here, I'm like, oh, well, you're probably living in a nice place. That's good for you right now. If you were living in what I'm living through, you would not think that. Again, with the ease up on the, you can't remove the people begging for money and food out in front of a library. I think that's crazy. If you drive down to certain parts here, they're constantly coming up to your car. You have to yell at them to get them away sometimes. Now, if the weather's bad, they'll leave you alone mostly. But when the weather's nice, they're trying to come up to everyone's car. So I just fucking yell at them, get a fucking job. And then they'll fucking back away from the car. Hate to sound so specific, but if they tell you that stuff is not, if you ever hear that's not happening in Canada, I'm like, it's happening in Canada. It's happening, and depends on where you're at in Mass, like in bad ways. Now, I heard in Ontario, it's even worse in some parts, but I'm just in Nova Scotia, Canada, the East Coast, and it's really bad. Oh yeah, it is crime unpunished. They get away with everything, and they even admit it too. That's the crazy part. If you're a Canadian doing a certain crime, you're going away. If you're, and they had to admit this. I've seen them admit it on the news, where they're being questioned, and the government guy who's main on crime, he talks about, well, we're trying to be considerate of the immigrant. So basically, they'll let them off on crime, saying, well, we think it's really stressful that he had to go through a lot getting here. So he gets less time. He doesn't go to jail. Yeah. That's not a joke. Canadians instant in jail. If you're a fucking immigrant, nope, you went through some shit, we're going to let you off. And that's admitted straight on the news. So I'm like, I don't always buy everything the news says because I know they fucking bullshit all the time. But I'm like, well, hey, if you somehow think the news is legit, here's the government official right on CTV, Canadian News, openly admitting that they ease up on crime and punishment on immigrants. Just telling you straight out they do. They don't even lie about it. They just get, yep, we let him off because we think it was stressful for him coming here. I don't give, fuck, my life is stressful. Do I get to get off too? If it's me? No. No, I'm a Canadian. I just go straight in and have to serve. Yeah. We have these things called tent cities because where they're replacing all the Canadians, like say where the government pays half the wages. So what they're doing is companies will purposely fire Canadians. It's not that Canadians won't work. They fire them. And then you see these things called tent cities appearing. You go to the tent city or buy it. It's all Canadians that have been fired because they've been replaced with workers where the government pays half their wage. That's why the companies don't want the Canadians because they got to pay full wage on them. So they let them go. They take the immigrants in. They only have to pay half the wage of the immigrant. They fire the Canadians, and there's just these 10 cities with guys that can work. Guys that can work. Guys that want to work, have no issue with working, have no job right now, living in 10 cities. And the 10 cities are all Canadians, all actual Canadians. Immigrants, both. Like, there's not a store I go to that isn't ran by East Indians here. I'm dead serious. Every mall, every cashier, East Indian. People meeting at the door, East Indian. The cooks, East Indian. Everybody is fucking East Indian. It's like living in India, for real. For fucking real. I'm not even joking. Like, I'm in India. I've even said that to my family a few times. They're like, well, how's things going? I'm like, oh, no, I didn't sign up to live in India. Sucks. And the fact they don't adapt to our traditions or our culture at all. Like, I mean, it's very small few are polite. Just the fact that almost every single one of them, like, they live here like they do in India. Like, they do not adapt to us at all. That's a crappy part. They don't even try to be Canadian at all. At all. Like they just act like they're living in India. I'm like, oh, okay. Again, that's it. What shocked me the most was finding out where I thought they were really being brought in was the IT jobs. But here's what I found out. They keep saying that we need them. So I finally checked this out. Would Canada be harmed if we sent all of them that came here in like the last 10 years? If we sent all of them back, would Canada be okay? Yes. Huh? Wait. What about the Canadian people? Would we be okay? Completely. But I thought we were told we need them. Birth rate is down. We need them, don't we? No, here's what you find out. Why are they here? The rich that own the companies, many of them, not all, but many of them would have to shut down their stores, shut down their companies. And it would be harder for them to open, like they make less money if they kept their stores open. But what you find out is the nation doesn't need a single immigrant worker to be okay. Not a single one. Huh? The Canadian people's lives would improve drastically if you move them out. Like they say there's a housing shortage here. There's not enough homes for people. Well, if you actually look at the actual Canadians here, there's more homes than we need. That's not a housing crisis. There's more homes than we need. Our lives would improve drastically, and you wouldn't even have to tax us. So why are all these immigrants here if the nation doesn't need them? If it wouldn't improve the people's lives, why are they here? The birth rate doesn't hurt us, doesn't even really hurt Canada, because Canada isn't really needing to compete with the US. Like they just got to do okay with what they have. That's it. What our lives just drastically improve. What you find out is there's only one reason the immigrant workers are here. Only one. The rich. They don't want to lose their businesses and lose money. That's it. They say, well, this will hurt Canada. Nope. We don't need a single immigrant worker. And I thought maybe you could, and I don't mind slow immigration. I think that's okay. I think slow immigration where people slowly adapt to us. We've had East Indians move here over decades and slowly adapt to the culture. I don't think immigration in that slow sense is bad, because you bring people in a slower way and they adapt to the culture. That's just fine, even if we don't really need it, right? I'm okay with it. But I'm like, well, but okay, wait, do we need a bunch of them for IT work? That's when you find out their IT workers are not as actually good as Canadian IT workers. Like they actually fail the test stuff. But I thought they were the great Microsoft people. Until you find out, when it comes out in reports, this is what they say. This is openly what the companies say. They're easier to control. That's the whole gimmick. If you're high up in IT and you're Canadian or American and you're making a company a lot of money, you'll ask for more money. The immigrants won't. Like they'll get paid a lot, but they won't ask for more. Oh, shit. Really? Yep. And since they know that you should actually get paid more, and they don't want to pay you more, they'll bring the East Indian IT workers in. And it helps them make deals with India. India actually makes deals that makes trade easier. So why would they bring the IT people in? Because India itself then starts giving the nation deals. Oh, shit. So their IT workers aren't that grand and we don't need them? No. Really? It's like Disney was getting their American workers a few decades ago to train East Indians coming in to take over their jobs. Now, why was Disney doing that? Because the East Indian workers won't ask for more money. Though if Disney's making more, you should get paid more, especially if you're in certain positions. So what happens? You're training your replacements because they'll come in and they'll make a good amount of money, but they won't make more because they're not going to ask for more. And so what you realize is the nation, say in Canada, we don't need a single immigrant worker. Only the rich do. Now, would all companies just close? Nope, no, but it'd be harder for the companies to get filthy rich. So you could live a really good life owning this company, but yeah, you might make $1 million or $2 million a year, but you won't make 20. But if they bring the East Indian immigrants in, they get better deals with India, and they make massive amounts of money. And that's it. It's all for the rich. So it's all a lie when you hear the nation needs the immigrant workers. No, it doesn't. And the people's lives, the actual Canadians here, our lives are worse because they're here. So you find out by removing them, housing crisis goes away. Our lives improve, and the nation doesn't need them. Not a single one. And the IT work that they're famous for, they're not. They're not good at it. Like, they're actually not good at it at all compared to American and Canadian workers. So our own IT workers, quality-wise, are better than that. Here's what happens too. Our IT workers go make massive amounts of money in other nations like China. So Microsoft will fire IT workers here that are Canadian and American. And then guess where you'll find the Canadian and American IT worker? Getting paid shitloads of money in China. It's a fuck. And the reason they do it is because it's all about the rich here. See, you just find that's the amazing part. I always thought the birth rate low meant it was harming the nation. No. And Japan figured this out too. Japan figured this out. You might not have a replacement population, but who gets hurt? The population? No. If the nation is okay to get by with what it has? No. Then who gets hurt in Japan for low birth rate? The rich. That's fucking it, dude. That's the only people that take the hit, the people that already had the money. It's like some of them might lose their companies. Woo, who cares? Life's tough. Get over it. Some guys might not make 20 million a year. They might only make 2 million a year. Well, you make 2 million a year. Shut the fuck up. Enjoy life. You make 2 million a year, but they want 20. So there you go. Immigration is a farce. It's a complete lie. When they're not lying, they'll say we need them. But when they say we, they're talking about the people that pay for the politicians. So all the business people pay the politicians. That's who gives them a lot of their money. Why do you think you go in, you make a little bit of money as a politician, and you come out filthy rich? It's because you're being paid by all these people that have the money. And of course, they're going to pay you to make more money. That's why Tim Hortons went in and pushed for this immigration program the way it is. Because they own some of the politicians. That's it. They own them. They pretty much own them financially. And so the politicians just completely bend. Would it hurt Canada at all to remove 100% of all immigrants that came here for work in the last 10 years? Not a pinch. We'd be completely fine. But they just don't want to tell the citizens that. And they don't want to tell that. They also don't want to tell you as a Canadian, if they took 100% of all the people that came here in the last 10 years and deported them, our lives and quality would skyrocket. And then they say about taxes, well, we need to pay this. Well, if you have less people, you're not going to pay as much in tax. You don't have to pay as much as a nation. So then you only need what the people are there to give you. You only need a little bit of taxes, and then you can be really smart with how you do business. So basically, it'd be on your government to make wiser decisions dealing with other nations. So if they're going to sell something from Canada, it should improve Canada. You want our gas or oil? We get it out. The quality of lives of Canadians go up because our government makes a smart move instead of burying us. That would be a good government that serves the people. Or you can go get your government giving money to Ukraine, and then you look over at Ukraine, and more than half the money you give to them gets pocketed by rich people. And then you look over at a Ukrainian city where they're all partying at nightclubs. But the Canadians that are being taxed to give these very rich Ukrainians money, our lives are not at nightclubs. Like, we'll be struggling working, but the Ukrainian people are partying it up. And so they're taking the majority of money Canada gives them, and they're not fighting the war with it. And there's so many dead people now. I got to warn Ukraine. The Ukrainian people are going to have a hard time because their government's going to create little Africa soon because they've killed so many males over there. They're going to replace them with African males. That's true. That's coming. That's a real thing. It's going to suck to be them. But it's all a scam. You just realize you've been scammed. Canada's been completely scammed. I don't care what side of the fence you're on. I don't care left, right, center. I don't care about your fucking politics. You've been scammed. Scammed really good too. And I'm living in the middle of the scam. So you could be, I don't care if you live in a suburban area or live somewhere out in Ontario where you're safe, or you're living in a part of Quebec where you're not feeling it. I'm in the middle of it, dude. It's coming your way soon. The fire's down the street. The fire's around me, baby. And it's coming. It wasn't at my doorstep 10 years ago. Now it is. Don't think your doorstep is immune to the fire. It's coming. To all Canadians out there, enjoy the next year or two. That's about all you got if you're in safe places. And then your life is going to change big time. So enjoy it. Like, be ignorant while you can. That's what I tell Canadians that are, everything's okay here. I'm like, yeah, okay, you say that now. I admit, I said that 10 years ago too when I was ignorant. I thought that too. It's the same boat. Yeah, it's all fucking good here. I'm good. I get no worries. Shit. Shit. Anyway, there you go. That's all the politics I'm going to talk about in the stream. And that's all. I talked about that because a lot of that was conspiracy theory at one point. Okay, it's pretty much 8 o'clock. So you've been waiting a while. I'm glad there's people here for this. Influences and birth of the game, Paranoia. The world it came from. Paranoia, released in 1984 through West End Games. Very interesting year, right? During a period where tabletop RPGs were increasingly becoming more serious, more simulation heavy, more mechanically detailed, and more focused on long-term campaign continuity. Paranoia pushed hard in a different direction. Instead of traditional heroic fantasy, the game focused on dystopian science fiction, authoritarian systems, institutional absurdity, satire, and black comedy. The setting placed players inside of Alpha Complex, a massive underground society controlled by an unstable artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence, AI, known as Friend Computer. The result was a game that felt radically different from most RPGs of its era. Now imagine you're in 1984 and you're not in 2026 where we know AI commonly, where the computer's a big thing. 1984 in the real world, computers are so brand new, no one expects to have them. The idea of AI wasn't even part of the conversation. So I said a lot of this stuff is so relatable to now, right? Major influences, George Orwell's 1984. The clearest influence was 1984. Paranoia borrowed heavily from surveillance states, thought crime, propaganda, loyalty enforcement, rewritten truth, and citizens living in fear of authority, like in Canada. I relate with this so much right now because I'm going through it. Friend Computer feels like a cheerful version of Big Brother, friendly on the surface, terrifying underneath. The major difference in tone, where Orwell presented oppressive dystopia as horror, Paranoia transformed it into satire and dark comedy. Cold Warfare and nuclear anxiety. The game was created during the later Cold War period. 1980s culture was saturated with fear of nuclear war, espionage, ideological conflict, government secrecy, and a distrust of massive institutions. Alpha Complex reflects many of those fears. A sealed society surviving underground, maintained by systems that continue operating long after their original purpose has been lost or corrupted. Paranoia exaggerates those anxieties into absurdity. Kafkaesque bureaucracy. A major influence on the tone of the setting is kind of a bureaucratic nightmare associated with Franz Kafka. In Paranoia, procedures are irrational. Authority rarely explains itself. Rules contradict one another. Oh, they do. And navigating the system becomes nearly impossible. Citizens are expected to treat obviously broken systems as perfectly logical and trustworthy. Oh, hello, Canada. The bureaucratic absurdity became one of the defining identities of the game. Satire of institutions and authority. Paranoia heavily mocked authoritarian governments, corporate bureaucracy, blind obedience, ideological extremism, security culture, and institutional incompetence. It relates more with now than the actual time this game came out. The game presents systems that are clearly dysfunctional, while simultaneously demanding absolute loyalty to those systems. Much of the humor comes from everyone pretending the situation is normal. Well, now I'm actually in a time where we have that going on, and it's not as funny when it's real, I admit. That's how communism works too, if you think about it. Everyone has to play along with the lie. Everybody. Just about. Satire of RPG culture. Paranoia also acted as a satire of tabletop gaming itself. Many RPGs of the era emphasized organized party structure, stable campaigns, careful planning, and increasingly serious tones. Paranoia challenged many of those assumptions and embraced unpredictability, instability, dark humor, and social tension in ways that stood apart from most major RPGs of the time. The birth of the game. Paranoia was designed by Greg Kostikan. I don't know how to say his name. Dan Gelber and Eric Goldberg. Greg's last name screws me up every time I try to say it. So sorry, I apologize. But Dan Gelber and Eric Goldberg. It released in 1984, as I said already, through West End Games. The game immediately stood out because it rejected many assumptions players had about what role-playing games were supposed to be. Rather than presenting a straightforward power fantasy, Paranoia focused on instability, absurdity, satire, and like I said, an oppressive system that constantly works against the players. Its famous slogan, trust no one, keep your laser handy, perfectly captured the tone and identity of the game. The clone mechanic, this is important. One of the game's most famous design ideas was the clone system. Every citizen possessed multiple replacement clones. This allowed the game to embrace dangerous situations and constant failure without permanently derailing the campaign. The mechanic became one of the defining symbols of the Paranoia's identity and separated it sharply from many RPGs of the era. Why the game became important. Paranoia helped legitimize comedy and satire as viable foundations for a major tabletop RPG. That's what a lot of people say. There's other games that do it too, but whenever I looked into research for any game, there's claims the designers make, that the market makes. So I said this before, even about the Ghostbusters game, but the claims are similar, right? It demonstrated that role-playing games did not need to rely entirely on heroic fantasy, serious storytelling, or traditional campaign structures. The game quickly gained recognition without the hobby, including winning the 1984 Origins Award for Best Role-Playing Rules. It also became one of the clearest examples of the setting itself creates gameplay, or creates the gameplay. Fear, bureaucracy, surveillance, misinformation, and institutional dysfunction are not simply background themes in Paranoia, they shape the entire experience. Sometimes these things can be elements of creating a feel, right? Part of the tone. And in this game, it's more the game itself. And you'll see what I mean as we go forward. The core idea behind the game, the core concept behind Paranoia is contradiction. Citizens are expected to trust systems that are clearly broken, obey authority that is obviously unstable, and maintain loyalty inside a society built on fear and suspicion. Everyone performs loyalty. Everyone hides information. Everyone fears punishment. Everyone pretends the system works. The game transforms social distrust into the foundation of the RPG experience. That's the fluff. That's the fluff. The fluff is always interesting. But that's just the fluff. That's the lead in. All right. So we're going to cover how to run it now. This has to do with the actual running of the game. We'll get more into how the game actually functions. Remember, old school games, they didn't always have so many mechanics, though. The clone gimmick is unique. The dice systems, mechanics are usually simplified, right? A little different with this one. It's like old school games. It's all about the feel and experience. So how to run it. When running Paranoia, the most important thing to understand is the game is not about realism, fairness, or perfectly balanced tactical problem solving. It says it's not about realism, but in a way there's a sense of realism in the game, even though it's like trying to be real, but through deceit. It's weird. So there is a sense of realism, but the game is absurd in certain ways too, on purpose. So there's a clash here. It's about pressure, confusion, mistrust, absurdity, panic, and unstable systems constantly working against the players. If you run Paranoia like a serious tactical RPG, it usually falls apart. The GM is not trying to create a fair or rational world. The GM is orchestrating, escalating instability and pressure. So all the things I'm telling you about the craziness of the world, the deceit and everything, as a game master, to make that real, you have to push that at them, at your players, right? Their characters have to be running into the NPCs that are going to be pushing lies and expecting them to play along with it. We'll get more into the detail on that, but okay. Friend Computer is the real villain. Friend Computer is the heart of the game. It should feel omnipresent, invasive, unpredictable, bureaucratic, cheerful, and dangerous. The key is contrast. Friend Computer should sound polite, optimistic, supportive, and helpful while constantly creating irrational or dangerous situations. Almost sounds like AI, doesn't it now? That contrast creates much of the game's comedy. Examples: rewarding impossible loyalty, issuing contradicting orders, misunderstanding obvious situations, overreacting to tiny violations, or treating catastrophic failure as positive developments. The computer does not think it is evil. That matters. So, friend computer is something that is going to be incompetent in certain ways. It's going to be calling for crazy things, but at the end of the day, it actually thinks it's good. Yeah, good morning, Dave. How you doing? Okay, go jump off of that thing over there. But that will kill me. Nah, you'll be fine. Don't worry about it. That's friend computer. Friend computer. You sort of got to play it off like it really thinks. That's an important detail. The AI computer, friend computer, really thinks it's in the right. Like, just do what I say, everything will be fine. But it's absurd. This is the dark comedy of the whole thing. It will tell you to do twisted things. Everything blows up. Don't worry. Hey, that will be fine. Like, it just plays it off like everything is completely okay. It thinks it's good. It's going to be working against you. It's 2001 Space Odyssey. Yeah, something like that. Set expectations early. Players need to understand very quickly alpha complex is irrational. Friend computer is dangerous. The system is broken. That's why the stability is always temporary. So it can be acting normal, like go get your food over here. So what you want to play it off is sometimes friend computers telling you to do something rational. Go get your food, go sit down. Okay. You do that. And like the more you interact with this thing, it goes from, okay, that's okay. Now you need to go do this. You mean go down the hole where it's like all kinds of chemicals? Should I wear a suit? Oh yeah, like it will not give you proper orders. It will keep sending you out to danger. It will be broken, and it will miss things on purpose. You need to play this sort of incompetency into this friendly computer. So set expectations early. Alpha complex is irrational. Friend computer is dangerous. The system is broken, and stability is always temporary. The players approach the game expecting fair tactical problem solving, predictable authority, or stable mission structure. They often become frustrated instead of engaged. The earlier players understand the tone, the better the game usually works. Just communicate a lot of what the game is going to be. It doesn't mean you have to give the whole thing away, but they have to understand this is not your typical game. It's going to be unstable. It's going to be crazy. And I want you to buy into the lack of structured gameplay, right? Like you might be expecting to get on an adventure. It's not going to exactly work that way, dude. And they ask why. Of course, you're not going to tell them everything, but they need to understand that the structure is not there in the same way. And it's meant to be that way, so you need them to buy into that idea. Pretty common sense. But communicate that before you start. Don't have players looking for something that's not there, or they're not going to enjoy this. There's going to be issues, or at least some won't. Some can pick up on it and be fine. Some won't. Keep the pressure constant. Paranoia works best when players rarely feel fully safe or comfortable. So it's that sense that at any moment they can be sent out to blow up. Like unpredictable just means if you're too safe for too long, they'll get too comfortable. There's still that sense of when something's going to happen. You want to shorten the amount of comfort time they actually have. There's a bit of comfort, craziness, right? It's always on the edge. Even when you go to the friend computer thinking it might give you a sane answer, who knows if you're going to get it today. Good sessions maintain constant pressure through surveillance, time limits, confusing objectives, equipment failures, secret agendas, bureaucracy, security restrictions, and conflicting orders. Players should constantly feel watched, uncertain, and vulnerable to the system around them. The tension creates the comedy. So what will happen is first it's a little stressful for players. But what you'll find is the more you do this, like you want to overkill on purpose because in a way you want them to sort of be nervous about it, but sort of become numb to it. And the little bit of numbness creates where your players will start getting sarcastic with the whole thing. Like, yeah, we're going to get blown out soon. Like you got to get them into that mindset. Bureaucracy is a weapon. In many RPGs, paperwork and procedures are background flavor. In Paranoia, bureaucracy is gameplay. Use authoritarian forms, clearance restrictions, contradictory regulations, missing approvals, absurd safety procedures, and impossible chains of command. Players should feel trapped inside systems that barely function. The goal is not realism. The goal is frustration mixed with absurdity. So it's real in the sense of what they are in. Like, that's where I mean, like, it's not real to the real world. You expect some type of, hey, it's like Frank Computer, man. Like, shouldn't we get up there? No, not yet. Dude, I mean, we got 30 seconds left. When? I'll tell you in a moment. Information control is critical. Information is one of the GM's strongest tools in Paranoia. Players should really possess complete understanding of what is happening. Good Paranoia sessions often involve conflicting reports, hidden motives, partial truths, misinformation, secret instructions, and unclear authority. But like constantly, players constantly making decisions with incomplete information helps create suspicion, mistakes, panic, and escalating instability. And alpha complex information itself can become dangerous. What you got to do is sometimes can you let them get out of danger by giving them occasionally, like after a bit, you give them the right answer. Sometimes you let it go so far that if they don't get out on their own, they could die. And that's part of unpredictability too. Sometimes the friend computer can say, okay, get out of there now. Oh, good. And that moment, even it can be right. That saved them. Next time, nope, it doesn't give them the right information. So it's the unpredictability of it doesn't always even do the same in performance. Sometimes it's safe in the morning. Sometimes it wakes everyone up with the alarm going off. It says, you got to get out there. And you get all dressed. You get ready. Okay, nothing's out there. Alarm goes off. What? Do we start lunch yet? Or breakfast? No, not yet. You got an hour. What the fuck? It's the unpredictability. So never just do the same things or even get into the same routine. You want your players not knowing if they're going to be safe or if they're going to be safe based on what they're told. You just got to balance out, knowing at one point you're giving them the right information, next you're not. Right? And don't even do it in the rhythm. Sometimes it can be twice in a row that they're given the right information to get out. Then the third time, they're not. Right? So it's never like, oh, you even pick up on the rhythm where it's, okay, safe information this time, not next time. Oh, we're in the third mission, we'll be safe this one. No. Encourage suspicion. Paranoia works best when players distrust the mission, the NPCs, the computer, the equipment, and each other. So imagine if one of the characters goes to the friend thing and says, for instance, I want you to watch the other people that are in your group. And if you do this, I'll do this for you. And then friend computer actually helps out the character for writing out the other player characters. Like reporting on them. What if you get privileges for reporting on them? You see what I mean? It's the game is meant to build up instability, no trust, no nothing. But you're in a situation where you're controlled. There's no like access to freedom. In a way, you sort of got to do what it says because it will say you're in danger if you don't do this. In some cases, you really are in danger if you don't do what friend computer says. Well, don't we gotta listen to it? Yeah. Beautiful, eh? Players should constantly wonder who is lying, who is reporting them, who is hiding information, and who is about to betray them, but you do not want pure chaos immediately. Good paranoia often starts controlled, then slowly spirals into disaster. So in that first session, introducing them, it's in that early part of it, you want just organized, get up for breakfast. Like you want them to go through whatever part, like you get up for breakfast, you go get your suit on, you're doing stuff, it seems to be going stable. Then there's a hint of something like, you just tell us not to do this. It doesn't blow everything up, but it's just like, make sure the instability doesn't instantly just kill them out, but just like a weird order. Like, well, delay, you can't go in yet. Why? No reason. Just delay. Just a delay. Huh? Go in, okay. Like it can almost confusing in the instability showing up before it becomes dangerous. So a little bit of teasing at the start when you're getting players first into this. Do not let one player dominate the betrayal. One common mistake, a single player instantly tries to murder or sabotage everyone constantly. That usually weakens the session. Paranoia works better when suspicion builds, alliances temporarily form, players manipulate situations, and betrayals happen at the worst possible moments. The tension matters more than immediate violence. So this is where you want to have a talk with your players and say, look, I don't care if you play on the same team. This is one of these games where character versus character is okay. But what you really want to do is tell your players is don't just turn on each other right away. Don't make that a thing. But tell them it's optional. And you want to put that in their head too. You want to tell them character versus character in this game is optional. It is? Yeah. It's by you, a game master, just telling your players that's like giving them permission. But you tell them, but then you order, you put it out there. Don't do it right away. And anybody who wants to play this out will not do it right away. They'll actually follow that because you've just given them permission. By just saying that they can, that is permission. Trust me, the most devious player in your group will then be patient. You just open the door for them. They'll be patient. And you want to, and how will it happen? Well, now they know it's an option. But NPCs could be around. PC computer could offer them something. And of course, if you can betray, players will go off and do things with their characters separate, especially if they're in a complex, not on missions. So Alpha Complex becomes a place where the characters hang out quite a bit in the game. And you want them to do that. You want them to hang out like it's in a prison. So they'll get up and go do something separate from each other. That's on purpose to create these things. But then when a player character gets back, and you can do things like, you guys can slip me messages. We could talk over here privately. Okay, so you can do all that as a game master to player. Remember, it's okay. This game is all made for mind fucking. All made for mind fucking. It's one of the rare games that expects you to fuck with the mind in this way. Right? It's expecting you to screw with everyone. So in a way, if you're a very devious person, which I like for fun, character-wise, you love running Paranoia. I ran it often. It's like the Ghostbusters thing. Sometimes I run things more often than I like to admit. Not often, too many times, because I got to tell you, I ran this a number of times, but the people will tell you they had to quit. I'd be like, you want to play another one of these? Man, and they tell me, like, you're really good at it, but that's why I don't want to play it. They're like, why? They're like, no. Like, you're just too good at it, dude. I don't want you to fuck with me. I just want a normal game. Okay. Failure is expected. Players will fail missions, misunderstand objectives, destroy equipment, accuse innocent people. because people can be fucking with. Remember, once you put a seed in the mind of people, once they know, people are going to fuck with them. Player characters are going to fuck with them. Friend computers going to fuck with them. Once they clue into this, what happens with people? We've talked about this before. It's minor manipulation. If you don't know, you start assuming. It works. It's instinctive. It's instinctive. People will do it even if they don't want to, even if they think they can control it most of the time. In a way, the game is saying, try to figure it out. So now it's giving you permission to do the assuming, which you're instinctively going to do. So imagine what that turns into. So failure is expected. Players will fail missions, misunderstand objectives, destroy equipment, accuse innocent people, trigger security systems, and create disasters. That is normal. Do not fight the chaos too hard. The GM's job is often not preventing collapse, but directing the instability into entertaining directions. So as the chaos is happening, you might think, I gotta pull this. No. You just gotta make it fun. But that's where you can torture players too. That's where players would tell me, man, it was really fun, but you fucked with me too bad in that game. Or they play two rounds of this with me and be like, no more. I'll be like, why? I get too stressed trying to play this game. Okay. Because I can get in the hit. But it's good. You can get in the hit. If you're the right type of game master, you can get in the hit, and this gives you the tools to get in the hit. The equipment should be dangerous. Experimental equipment is a major part of the game's identity. Gear should malfunction, be poorly explained, have hidden side effects, create legal problems, or technically function correctly while still causing things blowing up. It's like it's working. Okay. Why is this it's working right? Yeah, it is. Why is it still going to fucking blow up? The equipment is often as dangerous as the mission itself. So it just says it's dangerous to begin with. And sometimes you're given equipment that is too much. It's just poorly made for the thing. It's not that it doesn't work. You just find out you shouldn't use it for that thing. But when do you find out you shouldn't use it for that thing? When you're in the middle of using it for that thing. Get it? Like you get down, it speeds up the numbers. But speeding up the numbers, you need time to finish the thing. It's working. It's even going up the right energy. But you start realizing, oh, it's working, but it's fucked. Like, this is just poorly made device. But you don't know that until you get it plugged in doing the thing. Game loves to fuck with you. Tone management is critical. One of the hardest parts of running Paranoia is tone control. Too serious, the game becomes oppressive and exhausting. It can. Now, you don't want to be too serious. You want to play a bit on the funny. Too silly, the game becomes random noise with no attention. This is where I say you lead in with normalcy. Normalcy is to be applied every so often. You have the friend computer make the deals. You have NPCs take serious moments, right? Talking to you and all this. And then you get to the funny. Oh, shit. Okay. What's going on here? And you, as long as you could do all these things, you can balance tone. But you got to balance tone. So the game becomes random noise with no tension if it's too silly. The best Paranoia sits in the middle. Dark satire, absurd pressure. Oh, it's going too fast. Genuine danger. And escalating comedy. It's getting funny as it's going. And the game master doesn't sound like he's stressed. Like you sound like me. Yeah, sure, it's going faster, dude. It is? Yeah. You will not see sympathy on me at all, right? The player needs enough structure to care because they're getting that serious moment. Like, the NPC walks up, like, All right, guys, here's what's going on. We're fucked. Like, and he's dead serious. You guys come up with plans. I make things serious around you. It's dangerous. And then I don't care. Oh, fuck. Game Master, weren't you on my team a minute ago? Is that what you thought? You thought I was on your team a minute ago? But enough instability to fear the system. So players need enough structure to care, so they think they have a chance. And it doesn't mean they don't. But enough instability to fear the system, meaning even though they could overcome, the system's still going to fuck with them. And balance is so important in this game to make that happen. A lot of old school games are like that. It's down to the skill and talent of the people that run it. So we're not PlayStations. And old school games know that about us. So old school games expect the head of your table to be good. Right? That's why the casual guy is not at the head of the table. The designers think you will instinctively put your best people forward. What they won't know, and this is what's going to happen later in the hobby, is because of the respect that position gets from the best people moving up to the position, a bunch of mediocre wannabes want that respect in the hobby. So guys that aren't capable of being at the head of the table see the respect guys with talent are getting. And they want the respect, right? It's like, oh, you see me running it, you take me serious. Wow, that guy, he's taken serious. Well, say you're just some guy who's not that good, but you want to be taken serious like me. Get it? Get it? And there was a lot more guys, because there was very few good DMs or game masters, a lot more guys that want the position, and there are guys capable of taking it. That's the truth. Pacing matters. Paranoia sessions usually work best when they move quickly. So push and pressure, the pressures. Long pauses can hurt the energy. That's so true. You're creating a mindset through the push and the stress. You want this, like they're sitting down eating and then the alarm goes off. So it doesn't mean there's not moments of a little slow, but then pressure. A little slow, and you feel the pressure enough that you know you need to get something done before something happens next. So that's about pushing pace. Long pauses can hurt the energy. Good pacing often involves rapid developments, sudden accusations, unexpected computer interruptions, or what I just told you. So the alarm goes off, escalating complications, and constant new problems. What do you mean things are going to burn up? Why is the kitchen going on fire? Momentum helps maintain tension and comedy. Because what will happen is, it doesn't mean players aren't stressed out. If they're bought in, no matter how much you do for them, you think they dress them out completely. They don't. They'll handle it better. That's where the funny comes in. But it's still pressure because they're bought in. Players that are bought in are going to take it serious. So in a way, that seriousness is going to be the stress test. This is why some players, after like 1 or 2 rounds of this game, especially with a game master like me, done. Too much. Reward commitment to the madness. Players who embrace paranoia, role play loyalty, like they actually play, like the character is meant to be loyal. Like it's not you and your real life current year. You're actually the guy stuck in the zone. So he would be this way. You might in real life not be this way. But if you play to the character and embrace it, you role play loyalty, manipulate the system, accuse others creatively. So you don't just accuse anybody carelessly. You look at like, man, did you do that? And like you like point that out. Like, I know you're good at that. And you don't just overreact. You're sort of trying to see what's going on and interact with the authority of Alpha Complex. So when the authority applies itself, do you push back against it? But you're actually not sitting there trying to play you against it, right? You're actually trying to think, what would a guy really stuck down there in this pressure feel like? So it's playing the character and actually taking that serious instead of playing yourself. Like, if I was down there, dude, it's not you down there, though. So the more fun you're going to have is to play a guy who would be down there and be stuck. Remember, he's brainwashed. He doesn't live in your free world. You're playing a character that's injected into this. This is reality for him. All right. Of course, you wouldn't do that because you're here. You are free. Of course, you wouldn't accept that. He might not have had your freedom. So this is normal to him. So that usually creates the best sessions when you get players that play to who the characters are, because the play to who the character is to play to the game. That's one brilliant thing about playing to a character that would actually be there. When the players play a character that would be there, that in itself plays to the entire game, not just to your individual experience. So players trying to force complete order onto alpha complex often miss the point. So just understand, you're trying to figure it out with your character, but if you try to I'm going to get control of it. No. The fun comes from surviving inside the irrational systems, not fully mastering them. You're just trying to get by. It's not like you're Superman. You don't play a guy like you're Superman. He's just trying to survive. Just try to play a guy like he's trying to survive. Like, I don't know what the fuck is going on here, but I just want to get through my fucking day and not die. That's it. Play that guy. Just saying. The GM should feel dangerous. The GM. Me. Players should fear the GM's world. But the game still needs internal consistency. If punishment feels completely random all the time, players stop caring. So that's what I'm saying. Sometimes there can be a bit of consistency. Like, you don't want just one day it's good, the next day it's bad. It could be that most mornings are going to be breakfast. So say you did every morning with the characters. Okay. Most of the morning, and you might fuck with them a bit, but they're never really thrown into overkill heat for breakfast. That could be an example of what I mean. So punishment feels completely random all the time. Players stop caring. So there is a bit of stability that will give them time to think, give them time to meet. You need alpha complex to become a mini world. So they need time to talk to the friend computer, talk to the NPCs, feel a bit of stability, right? So doing breakfast every morning for the characters, having time to talk to each other, that tiny bit of consistency, that bit of safety outside of all the absurdity and craziness gives them some way of trying to figure things out, not master, but get by with a better situation. How do I get privilege? How do I get this, right? The system should feel unstable, irrational, unfair, and bureaucratic, but still follow its own twisted, eternal logic. But the best Paranoia GMs make players think this disaster somehow makes perfect sense for Alpha Complex. Like, it's in a crazy zone. Why did the computer break down? So you got to reason it out. Why would the computer be trying to make devices that work this way? Maybe you got to speed it up because, man, if you don't get it done this amount of time, you're dead. So was it you being slow? Was the machine working all right? Why did it become unstable? Because it's trying to figure out too many things at once. So when you go dig in a weird way, you find a bit of rationality behind the craziness. That should be something your players should be able to start with. Oh, that's why it snaps with the orders. Yeah. Remember, the computer thinks it's good. Doesn't think it's a bad guy. It's actually trying to get it right, but fuck it up, but in a very dangerous way. The core skill of running Paranoia, the real skill is controlled escalation. You are constantly increasing pressure, distrust, confusion, danger, and absurdity without letting the session collapse into meaningless randomness. That balance is what separates great Paranoia sessions from loud chaos. If you go back over what I just told you, like if you listen to that part again, every gimmick in there, from adding some consistency to finding out that the absurdity actually has some sense, like understanding why the computer is acting the way it is, because it is actually trying to fix the place. It is actually good. All these things, if put together right, works. Like it works. And you make players think they have a chance with, say, consistent breakfast, say in that zone type of thing. You make it a little easier on them if they look into it and they think it's absurd, but I sort of get, like, you start giving explanations as why would that machine start the countdown a little faster? Well, if you don't get it done in that amount of time, man, you could be in more trouble than you think. Maybe you're being slow, right? Or why would it get confused on the orders? It's just, it's a system trying to do too many things at once. And so it runs errors. And it thinks it's good. So it actually will constantly speak in a good way to you, which is another confusing part, right? It's always going to be on your side when you go talk to it in a weird way. You go talk and it's like, hey, how you doing, Rick? Yeah. Rick, man, you want to know what? Maybe I need some reports on your friends so I can help you guys. But I don't need them to know. I need you to give me the reports without them knowing. If you do that for me, I'll give you some extra time over here. Oh, okay. And if you put reports in, you'll get some privileges. Yeah. But then the reports might get them in trouble. Because maybe the machine, even though you might report like fairly, well, he was just over here doing that. Okay, so the computer doesn't tell you what the problem is, but it thinks your guy's too slow. It's going to have to punish him. He's making mistakes on the job too much. That's not what you said. Oh, it's a great game. It's a great game if you can balance these things out, but you get used to it. I get used to it. I have a mind for this stuff, right? If you play it, I don't know. There's some guys that screw it up too much, and what they do is the end result is players will stop giving a fuck. Too much chaos? Okay, sure. Too much of this? Okay, sure. So you need players remaining in the care zone as long as they're buying in. And so it's a give, you have a chance, take away from you. Oh, he's your friend. He's good to your privilege. Oh, he's giving you a dangerous thing. The gear seems to work right, but it seems to fuck you. Is it fucking you? Who knows? And so you do got to reason out how things are going to happen as a game master. Like if you give gear that says, you want to know what? Realistically, the AI thinks that the job should be done in 60 seconds. So it's not even that the job could be done in 60 seconds. It could be that a friend computer has gotten people to make this device as if it should be done in 60 seconds. So it's not even that you're actually failing. You're still doing it right. So you're not even sure. I should be able to do it in 60 seconds? That should be confusing. Because now you don't know. But in reality, maybe the gear, it's set for 60 seconds, but realistically, you can't do it anyway. I'm taking a time out before character creation. A chance for you guys to say something, talk. You know you're alive. You can interact with me. I hope you're enjoying. I hope I'm pitching this well because I personally love this and I don't want to freak people out. Now, I don't want you to think I'm devious. I know after hearing Joe the Farmer, a lot of people, there was one guy that left a comment saying, you're like a trickster god, a trickster deity. I'm like, oh, that's going to be part of the process. But no, I'm not. I just enjoy this. Okay. Always checking noises. Sorry about that, guys. Plus, I just need a breather. Talk in a second. But we'll be moving on to character creation next. If you guys are just enjoying at least listening, fine. Still alive, but stayed at the moment. It's late in Norway, is it? What time is it, Black Rose, in Norway? It's about 2 or 3 in the morning. I know it's not as late for Craig, but I also know Craig's like nutcase. And he could just be having issues right now, which is okay, Craig. There's no expectation. I'm taking a little bit of a mental timeout. If I seem a little off, I'm not waiting for chat to get me going. We're good. We're good. Just sort of here, but just taking a brain moment. I just want you guys, I don't want people to think I enjoy the devious too much. Yeah, true. It's only going at 9 o'clock here. Look, I like the devious part of Paranoia, and my mind is so made for that game. Oh yeah, geez, there you go. But my mind is so made for that game. Like I can do the circle jerk with the computer. I can be very devious as a game master, but at the same time, I can be very friendly. And if you listen to Joe the Farmer, you might get an idea how well I would connect to this game as a game master. Oh, THC issues. Well, hey, if you're buzzed and just sitting back, Craig, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I'm glad you're enjoying. That's all. Sit back, dude. Enjoy all you want. Have all your buzzes. I'm happy. I'm happy if you're enjoying. That's the main thing. But my mind, especially if you listen to that, my main page video that I got up, which is where I do that bit of a devious game master DM gimmick. Paranoia is perfect for me. It's so perfect. Because I can also get in your head really well. It's another thing I told you guys about running zombie games where I get to the scene where the zombies finally might get a character. And players hate me because I don't just say you die. I run the whole death. You start getting bitten. Like I make players have to picture their characters. And players will buy into my game, which is great. But that fucks them. It fucks them because they understand they're not going to just have their character die right away. Like they are going to, I'm running their imagination. So it's almost like I have control because they bought in. They bought in and they feel like they've lost control of their imagination. They've been trained by me to imagine what I say. So when I start describing how their characters are dying, it's like they can't turn it off. That's why guys who get up from the table for a minute as I'm explaining, like, because they can't. They feel like they've lost control of their imagination. They're instinctively been used to the whole session with me saying words and them picturing it, and they feel like they lose control of that moment because they know describe. Oh shit! Because they know they're going to take my words and start pitching them. Yeah, because they've been doing that the whole session. And for sessions, multiple sessions. Now, when I'm in a game like this, I'm also in your head. You're considering everything I say. And I could be friendly. And things have worked out. There is consistency. You do trust a little bit of what's going on. I've created the breakfast moments. I create things where you can go, oh, that actually works. And sometimes I'm actually having the AI give you the right information. In this game, he would just tell you what to do and you'd be doing it. You'd be like, cool, works. Yep. And you got to balance out. Sometimes it doesn't. But when he's giving you some information, it does. It just actually works. Straight up works. Properly works. You're like, shit, you gave us the right codes. Yep. And it's, you don't just do it you don't have the breakdown happen in a certain routine order. So what I meant by is, it doesn't break down one go and the next one is okay, a little bit easier, and the next one it breaks down again. You don't want to get into that routine. So they never know if it's going to be a little cleaner twice, and then it breaks down, or it could be 3 times. And when does the breakdown happen? Early, later, right away? What is the breakdown? And is the breakdown always major? Not always major either. So the breakdown could be like where sometimes it's more minor, but it's crappy. You mean we're stuck down here for a while? Yeah, but you're not going to die. But then we have the things, of course, it's all still pressure underneath, right? Anyway, sorry about that. But it's inconsistency on purpose, randomness on purpose, but not too much randomness. That's where that bit of consistency, say morning times, and that becomes something you can count on. So there's always a part of the game where you can try to counter the randomness that will come later. And maybe some of the things you do, I'll actually have it help you counter some of the randomness, right? And sometimes I'll even trick you. You'll think you've learned how to sort of talk to the friend computer and get him to do certain things for you. And I'll even have it where he'll maybe 2 or 3 times the thing works. Then you do it the 3rd time, it doesn't. Oh, you mean you're not going to help us this time, man? Like you're trying to do the same routine? Well, it's not going to not help you. It's just, it starts giving you the wrong answer when you've been consistently, maybe for 2 or 3 times, getting the right answer on specific things. Now you're getting the wrong answer. And I'm devious enough to be random enough to do that. And I've been practicing random throughout all the years I did D&D. So mixing it up like that for me is like breathing air. And being nice, like I can do the nice and then the devious. So as a game master, you're playing different characters. Like you be the nice NPC. Hey, how you doing, friends? Be the evil one. And fucking cut your throat out. But in this game, it's sort of weird because the guy who's going to cut your throat out is still being nice to you. A little weird, eh? He's going to still be nice to you. Hey, I'm not trying to kill you. Well, if we would have done that, we would have died. And what if friend computer doesn't respond to you when you say that? Friend computer? And then it just tells you, do this. Did he just ignore us? You just call him out and you've got no response. You could just do that. You just do that. Players might even bring it up again. What about this? He shuts down again. Tis the season for dank buds. I hear you, Craig. I hear you. A lot of people do dank buds that watch. I imagine. Some people drink. But yeah, game mastering is one of those things where you have to have a devious mind to run Paranoia. And if you don't have it, the experience can flop. You got to have someone who just has it. That's why I think Paranoia, especially many old school games, are true on this. It depends on the person who's running it, really matters. Your best guy should be at the head of the table, the one with the talent to do this stuff. But if you get the right person, it's amazing. Now, it's also a mindfuck too. And the game is meant to be exhausting and stressful. Understand that. That's why it's okay if you ran this twice for a player. It's like, all right, dude. Yeah, I need a timeout. Like, this is not a game. It's not like D&D. It's hard for players, especially if you ran them for the course. And they stayed serious, start to finish. Trust me, they are fucking exhausted mentally. They've been backstabbing. Who knows what's going on, but they'll want complete normalcy at one point. Like, I don't want to play a game where I'm backstabbing people, and it's just a different game in that way. There's stability that they'll look for. Even though there's some stability in the game, it will still be crazy. No matter how, the stability is just to keep them in the game. Keep them taking it serious, right? That's what matters with the stability. Okay. Let's get this done for Black Rose so you can enjoy the rest. Character creation, then setting. Once I'm done this Black Rose, you can pass out on this. Then you'll know the game. Paranoia, character creation. Character creation reflects the setting. In Paranoia, character creation is designed to reinforce the themes of the setting from the very beginning. Players are not creating powerful heroes or legendary adventurers or highly respected specialists. They are creating citizens trapped inside Alpha Complex. Controlled by bureaucracy, monitored constantly, and surrounded by systems that do not fully trust them. Even the structure of character creation reflects secrecy. Okay, cool. Secrecy, paranoia, conflicting loyalties, and uncertainty. Troubleshooters. Players typically take the role of troubleshooters. Their official purpose is finding trouble, identifying traitors, and solving threats against Alpha Complex. The obvious problem: in Alpha Complex, almost everyone is technically guilty of something. Troubleshooters are simultaneously agents of the system, suspects within the system, and potential enemies of one another. That contradiction sits at the center of the game. Cheers, Black Rose. I'm glad you're still here. No worries. We'll get through this. Security clearance defines society. One of the most important concepts during character creation is security clearance. Alpha Complex is divided into color-coded security levels. Higher clearance possesses more authority, greater access, and more information. Lower clearances possess fewer rights, restricted knowledge, and limited access to equipment and locations. Citizens are not supposed to access higher clearance information, enter restricted areas, or even know certain things exist. Secrecy. In Paranoia, knowledge itself can become illegal. The security clearance system helps create hierarchy, fear, bureaucracy, and constant pressure between citizens. Secret societies. One of the defining parts of Paranoia character creation is secret societies. Most characters secretly belong to hidden organizations operating inside of Alpha Complex. These groups often possess hidden goals, conflicting ideologies, underground agendas, and illegal activities. A character might officially serve Friend Computer while secretly working for an organization that the computer considers traitorous. This creates divided loyalties, hidden motives, and suspicion between players. Secret societies are one of the major engines that drive player interaction. This can help you play off find your reason for doing, character versus character. Mutant powers. Another major element is mutant powers. In Alpha Complex, mutation is illegal. Unfortunately, many citizens secretly possess mutant abilities. This creates another contradiction. Players are expected to report mutants while often hiding their own illegal powers. Mutant abilities add secrecy, risk, desperation, and opportunities for betrayal. Using powers openly can become extremely dangerous. Character creation often feels unstable by design. Many versions of Paranoia intentionally make character creation feel unpredictable or semi-chaotic. I played second edition, ran first. It's true in both. Random assignments, unexpected problems, strange abilities and conflicting loyalties all reinforce the idea that citizens possess very little control over the systems shaping their lives. Even before the mission begins, players are already adapting to instability inside of Alpha Complex. Contradiction is built into every character. One of the smartest aspects of Paranoia's design is that nearly every character begins with conflicting pressures. A typical troubleshooter may serve friend computer, belong to a secret society, possess illegal mutant powers, hide forbidden knowledge, and suspect the other players of treason. So when you make your character, you might have a mutant power, but of course you're not telling the other players. See how it can start already creating where you're like, what if I tell the other players and like they say something to like save their character? Because would another player tell the computer that you're a mutant to save his own character? He might. He really might in this game because it's set up that way. Character creation immediately establishes divided loyalties and hidden motives. Players are not entering a stable adventuring party. They are entering a system already filled with suspicion and tension. Players often know more than their characters. Paranoia frequently plays with restricted information. Players may receive secret notes. I told you about this already. Hidden objectives, private instructions, or conflicting information during character creation. This creates situations where players know things they cannot openly discuss. Could be their own ability or secret from their thing they've decided to take on. Characters hide information from one another, and trust becomes extremely fragile. The game intentionally creates social tension before the mission even begins. Character competence. So basically what I'm saying is not just in the book, that it's just like there's certain things where you got to go to the game master, and the game master might tell you things you know that even the book isn't telling you. So even if some other player's looking at the type of character you could be playing, they'll know that there's certain aspects even the book won't tell them that you could know, right? Potentially. The character competence is often secondary. Unlike many RPGs, Paranoia character creation is usually less focused on optimizing builds, maximizing combat efficiency, or creating perfectly specialized characters. The game cares more about conflicting loyalties, personality, survival, secrecy, and social interaction inside unstable systems. Social interaction is a huge portion of this game. When they talk about old school saying it's all this or that, no, a lot of old school games are a lot of talk. A clever paranoid citizen is often more valuable than a perfectly optimized one. Equipment and clearance restrictions matter. Character identity is also shaped heavily by access, permissions, and restricted equipment. What a character is allowed to know, carry, request, or even discuss often matters as much as raw ability scores. Characters constantly operate inside of systems restricting what they can legally access. This reinforces the setting's obsession with control and hierarchy. Death is built into the system. One of the most famous parts of Paranoia character creation is the clone system. Characters possess multiple replacement clones. Interesting, eh? If one clone dies, another replacement clone can arrive to continue service to the Alpha Complex. The clone system changes how players think about characters. So your character's dead, but you're back. Okay, inside of treating death as a campaign ending, the game treats death as part of the setting, part of the humor, and part of the ongoing structure of Alpha Complex. It's like, still playing my guy, but I don't know the thing he was told earlier. No, that was a clone. So even though that guy told me something, yeah, you might be passing information. Oh, it's a fun game. It's a hate case for you, right? The real goal of character creation, the real purpose of character creation is paranoia. In paranoia is not creating balanced adventures. It is creating conflicting motivations, hidden information, paranoia, and pressure before play even begins. The game wants players entering the session already wondering who can be trusted, who is hiding something, and who may report them to friend computer first. And there'll be reasons for all that to be a thing. Okay, let's dive right into it. The setting, Alpha Complex. The setting of Paranoia is centered around Alpha Complex, a massive underground society controlled by an artificial intelligence known as, you already know, friend computer. Most citizens do not fully understand how large Alpha Complex truly is, what exists outside of it, or originally who built it, or whether the information they receive is even accurate. The setting is intentionally filled with misinformation, propaganda, secrecy, restricted knowledge, and contradictory explanations. Reliable truth inside Alpha Complex is difficult to find. Friend computer. Friend computer is the single most important force in the setting. It really is. The game master has to get this thing right. You have to get this right. Officially, the computer exists to protect humanity, maintain order, and preserve Alpha Complex. Citizens are taught the computer is their friend. Loyalty is mandatory, and security creates happiness. The problem, the computer is unstable, contradictory, and often dangerously irrational. At the same time, many citizens still genuinely believe in it. That contradiction defines much of the daily life in the Alpha Complex. How do you get people to believe in friend computer? It's that, remember I told you like the breakfast time? There's an area of consistency always offered. Now, if you're the guys out in the missions running into the issues, that's where you start running into the rational side of it. But if you're people in Alpha Complex and you're not always on missions, there's still a consistency in your life. And some days you might not be doing stuff. Some days you'll notice if you're not ordered out to do stuff, you don't always run into the issues. That's when you get the whole day to wonder about, talk to the NPCs, decide things, talk to friend computer normally, and have a more consistent day. It's not always breakfast. It could be whole days, like a day where the craziness doesn't happen. But where the craziness can start happening is when you need to go do something outside of just living your life inside the framework of Alpha Complex, right? But for most people that are not doing stuff, their life is pretty ordered. Like it's not that the computer is always fucking with them. But if you're someone doing the work, you start running into the craziness. What the fuck? That's what that is, right? Security clearance shapes society. Alpha Complex operates through strict color-coded security clearance. A citizen's clearance determines where they can go, what information they may access, what equipment they may use, and even what topics they are legally allowed to discuss. You can't talk about that if you don't get certain clearance. Attempting to access higher clearance information is considered treason. So if you don't got it, don't try to go for it. This creates a society where ignorance is enforced. You shouldn't know this, don't try to know it. Information is controlled to create that ignorance. And fear becomes part of everyday life. So you can live in it, but there's an edge to everything. But it doesn't mean everything's falling apart. You're scared. I didn't break a rule, did I? And some people can be accused of things. Going like, why is he getting dragged off? He was accused of something. Citizens constantly risk violating rules they may not even fully understand. But I just told you, It's like they don't even know, like, hey, could I get this? You're asking for too much. That's against the rules. He has broken the rules. Fuck, I did. I guess you did. Treason is everywhere, even if it's nowhere. One of the defining ideas of the setting is that treason exists everywhere. Citizens are encouraged to monitor one another. What did I tell you about, like, keeping track, reporting, right? Report suspicious behavior, or even just report, like, my friends were just doing this today, we're fine. And at first, front computer be okay. Then later on, you see security dragging your friend away. What the fuck? Well, you told me this, and this is not allowed. You think you said something innocent. Nope. Expose traitors and demonstrate loyalty constantly. At the same time, many citizens secretly violate the rules themselves. So NPCs will be doing secret stuff. There's the secret societies, groups within, blah, blah, blah. Mutation is illegal. Secret societies themselves existing is illegal. Unauthorized knowledge is illegal. Yet all these things exist throughout Alpha Complex. The setting runs on hypocrisy, fair, and hidden disobedience. We already talked about this, secret societies. Beneath the official structure of Alpha Complex, numerous secret societies operate in hiding. These organizations pursue ideological goals, political agendas, forbidden research, revolution, personal power, or survival. Some oppose frame computer openly. Others manipulate the system from within. Secret societies help create the feeling that multiple hidden wars are constantly happening beneath the surface of everyday life. It's just not like an outgoing battle, but there is a battle, right? There's a constant struggle. And at one point, you can start running into it where you see all the threats taken out and you start seeing the stresses. Mutants. The mutation is another major part of the setting. Mutants are officially considered dangerous traitors. Despite that, mutation is widespread inside of Alpha Complex. Many citizens secretly possess illegal powers while publicly condemning mutation. Could be some of the most strongest people opposed to it, could be mutants. This creates a culture where fair secrecy accusations and concealed identity become normal parts of society. Oh, another great thing. Terry Gilliam's movie Brazil was released about the same time as Paranoia and has a very similar setting. I know what you're talking about too. Actually, do know a bit about that. That'd be a great fucking movie to watch before you try to run this game. Fucking Craig, you're always money, dude. I never even thought to mention something like that. You're money. You're always money. That's fucking perfect. Craig always brings fucking gold to this. If you're going to run this and you're not sure exactly how this goes down, go watch that movie. That, on top of listening to this, it will give you everything. That's a good combination package. Technology is both advanced and broken. Alpha Complex possesses extremely advanced technology. At the same time, much of that technology malfunctions, behaves unpredictably, lacks proper oversight, or is poorly understood by the people using it. Sometimes it could be, like I said earlier, the AI could believe that you should be able to do that thing in a minute. So the thing, if you plug it in, it starts a timer, speeding it up to a certain countdown. But the AI thinks you should be able to. In some cases, you might be able to. In some cases, the AI is wrong. You can't do it in a minute. But you're not going to find that out till you plug it in and go, you got a minute. We can't do this in a fucking minute. Oh, we don't do this in a fucking minute. That's going to blow up. Fuck. Yeah. Citizens often depend entirely on systems they cannot repair, explain, or even fully trust. Technology in Paranoia often feels oppressive, unreliable, and dangerous despite its sophistication. Like, it seems like it's advanced, but fuck. Like, it's beyond their understanding. Bureaucracy controls daily life. The setting is filled with forms, permissions, regulations, chains of command, and endless procedures. Simple tasks can become bureaucratic nightmares. Citizens are expected to obey systems that are contradictory, inefficient, irrational, and constantly changing. Different sectors and departments within Alpha Complex often feel disconnected from one another, creating overlapping systems, conflicting priorities, and isolated pockets of authority. The bureaucracy itself becomes one of the setting's greatest threats. Life inside of Alpha Complex. Daily life in Alpha Complex revolves around surveillance, propaganda, mandatory loyalty, restricted information, and fear of punishment. Shit, there's some parts of the world where they're already living that in real life, but let's focus on this. Citizens are encouraged to appear loyal, optimistic, productive, and happy at all times. Well, why? Because you don't want the system misunderstanding you for what if it's suspicious due to your behavior. Like, you're unhappy. Were you looking into something? No, I'm happy. You sure? You look like someone who's seen something you shouldn't have seen. No, dude, I'm completely good. You sure? Because you look like you have eyes of someone who's seen something they shouldn't have seen. Are you a traitor? You see? And that's how easy, and it's meant to be this way to a degree, that you could have accusations thrown at you, and then they take you to friend computer to decide if maybe you did see something. So again, citizens are encouraged to appear loyal, optimistic, productive, and happy at all times. Publicly questioning the system is dangerous. Even small mistakes can attract suspicion. This creates a society where people constantly perform loyalty while hiding their true fears and motives. Hence, everything is secret, secret society, secret wars. The outside world. One of the setting's major mysteries is the outside world. Depending on this, I'd say, edition here, the source or the information being presented, the surface world may be destroyed, contaminated, abandoned, partially recovered, or misunderstood entirely. Most citizens possess little reliable knowledge about it. That uncertainty reinforces the setting's obsession with misinformation and controlled truth. Alpha Complex feels like a society trapped in decay. One of the strongest aspects of the setting is the sense that Alpha Complex continues functioning long after its system stopped working properly. So it's pitched at one point everything was a-okay. Friend computer never made mistakes. But now you're in a sort of decay, breakdown. Things are rusty. Things feel old. The society survives through routine, fair propaganda, bureaucracy, and blind obedience. That sort of playing happy. So you don't get people looking at you going, did you see too much? Are you a traitor? You don't want that. Many citizens no longer understand why systems exist, yet continue enforcing them anyway. The setting constantly feels like civilization operating on damaged momentum. The tone of the setting, Paranoia setting balances dystopian science fiction, absurd bureaucracy, authoritarian control, dark comedy, and satire. The world is oppressive and also ridiculous, dangerous, and often absurd. The setting works because the comedy and horror constantly exist side by side. The sarcasm, the funny, the ha-ha. The core idea behind the setting is simple. People are expected to trust systems that are clearly failing while pretending everything is functioning perfectly because they are under threat. There's so much threat. You're so afraid. Like, man, this isn't working right. Uh-oh. What'd you say? Are you being disloyal? No, just it ain't fucking. That sounds like you sound. Who are you with? Let's check this guy. Are you a mutant? Are you? Do you need help? What medication might they put you on? While pretending everything is functioning perfectly, like I said, citizens survive by navigating fair bureaucracy, surveillance, restricted information, and irrational authority as normal parts of everyday life. Okay, let's do a last check here. All right. That's it. That is it. The fluff at the start. How to run it. I think that's really good information. How to run it. I've just given you some of the best advice I could for any game master. Craig finished it up there with gold with that movie as a way to understand everything. The character creation, it is what it is. But I mean, I explained to you well, better than the material actually does, I think. Way better than the book. I did that same with how to run it. You're not going to find all my ideas in how to run it in the material. And even my view on the setting, if you combine it with all that, it's not exactly explained that well in the material if you're playing the original edition. There is other editions. There is. A lot of people swear up and down second edition. I played it. I wasn't the person to run it, but I won't disagree. The second edition was pretty good. Though I ran first edition and did great. So I don't know what to say there. Really, it's less about action or anything. Overall, it is way more about the mind game. The mind game, social interaction, watching what you say, all that, right? Thank you, Black Rose. I'm glad you appreciated it. I think it's great. It definitely represents 1984 in the extreme way, and it's not hard to picture. Think about AI and computers, and a game made in 1984, and how much more does that align with 2026 than then? Like back then, if you said AI, whatever you thought AI was, that was fantasy. We now actually have AI that is friend computer. Anybody here go interact with some AI? Go talk to Grok right now. Well, tell me that what back then people would have never imagined that. We now have it for real, for real, for real. Sure, I'll ever get around to it, but getting these presentations is like watching Let's Play. Entertaining for those who love TTRPGs. I appreciate it. I try to give as best as I can here. And personally, makes me want to run the fucking game. Makes me want to run the fucking game. I'm good at running Paranoia. I think I am. I have a mind for it, and I haven't met anybody who runs it personally like I do. And every guy I've ever met just says they swear the game was written for me. Like the game was made for you, Steven. Like they're like, Paranoia was completely made for you, Steven. I'm like, yeah, probably. In many ways. It's almost like a gut person like me. So I think you have to have a sort of a devious mind that can also be nice. Like, that's another thing. I can truly be nice. And I can actually get to the point of having friend computer be nice to you and actually be nice to you. See, people know me. I can be nice. But then I can be devious. Then I can be mad. Then I can make accusations. And they know I can jump from this to that, this to that. And in this game, it's perfect to jump from this to that in believable ways. Where it's believable that friend computer is being, well, I'll do this for you. You'll get this privilege if you report stuff. Okay, cool. Like I actually have people where they actually had that moment of interaction with the friend computer. Well, it's cool, do that. And they'll walk away and they're not thinking the whole fuck part of the game, right? I've heard people talking about it, but at the time I thought they were talking about a card game or something. Now I know. Craig played it 40 years ago. He knew what the whole game was. He knew well. The idea of the game is good. The way I explain how you should run it, it's not exactly spelled out that way, but in a way it is. But the reason I can go into details because I can run it that way. Adding a little freehand is just sort of, off the top of the things I wrote down for it. It's just balance and being believable parts, giving some laid back areas where it's not always chaotic, but then the chaos has to kick in. And you're really looking how to get used to balancing that. And so consistency can be like, as a game master, there has to be that breakfast time or occasional days where the missions or the expected jobs being done, you're not being called to do. And then, if you act overly suspicious around the security or something, you can be called out. Right? And there's people with certain high clearances that, who do they work for? Is it Frank Computer? Who's the boss? Who's the boss? Who is the boss? If there's security around that can drag you out, who do they work for? Is it a person? And in a way, the game could tell you it's a person, but the game will also tell you that it doesn't have to be. It's really the secret part of the game is really up to the game master. And the various upsurface stuff, in all honesty, you can ignore that and make it whatever you want. That wouldn't hurt because you're meant to be trapped down there no matter what happens. You can get up to the surface and go, oh shit. No wonder this has been abandoned. Or maybe you come up into a city. Like what? Like people walking by. Like, wait, how long have we been? The fuck? Because time can pass. It could say this, but as a game master, you could say, oh, you want to know what? Yeah, sure. 100 years went by. Containment's gone. All the shit that the game told me is gone. I'm going to make it that they have figured it out. People are back. They somehow survived. Other places come up to the surface. Or how many other alpha complexes are there? Are you the only one? Is there only one? I love the mystery and devious part of the not knowing. I love the secret societies, and you start with a mutation. The other guys don't. But the other players don't know that you made a character with one. And then what if one of the player characters is falling into the bus, but knows you have a mutation? And he realizes he's getting accused and he can't save himself. He can't talk his way out. What if he says, no, the mutant did it? And remember, the players have been told they could turn on each other with their characters. So players feel like they have permission. And you're playing a mutant. Why wouldn't you be guilty? Fucking mutant. I love it. I love it. And it's meant to be, it's meant to fuck with your head in that way. So it's how many times can players play that in a row? It's not like D&D. It can really fuck with them. If you got a game master doing it right, the role play is excellent. You got to be careful when you walk through. And the role play is so on edge that the idea of thinking about action or adventures is just out the door. The whole game is an adventure. You're like in a prison. Like it's like prison life. Like you're in a prison. The whole game is survival. It's like being stuck in a dungeon in a way. Like you wake up in the dungeon, but you're told there's no outside world. You're just like living in the dungeon. Like you're stuck in this thing, and the whole game is a long adventure, a long pressure adventure with some breaks. Some days aren't just blowing up everything. Some days the friend computer actually works okay. Now, you can play smart. You can make friendly with the security. You can be so good that even on a down day when the security guys might say to you, "Hey, John, you feeling all right? Well, you go get some ice cream." But you've been loyal enough. See, that's another thing. If you play to the system a lot, there's privileges. Or what if the friend computer likes you a lot because you report and it's telling security, leave you alone? Other people might notice, and they might not like that you're getting the privilege. Why are you being told to go get this thing to eat instead of accused of treason? And people, everyone's watching when they're not watching. Oh, it's a great fuck. It's great. And the game master just needs to be on. That's really what it comes down to. The game master needs to be applying all of this. And then you, as it's a team sport, you as players need to be playing into it. You can't be trying to play you with the attitude, because the game will straighten you out. Go ahead and play you with the attitude from today's world. Oh, you committed treason. You're put to death. They bring a clone out. You better act right, clone. Clone doesn't know what this guy knew. But then the clone might come up with a warning too. Bad behavior of the first. Boom. They could even decide to end your clone line. Seems like there's just something malfunctioning in this one. We just can't afford no more versions of him. Well, there you go. Or maybe they assume putting you on a drug or locking you up for a period of time will solve the problem. It will adjust your behavior. Maybe some shock therapy. I love the game. I love the game for the fucking fuckery on this. And as long as you know what you're spinning and how far, and you just need players that play into it and enjoy that. That's it. They got to know the chaos. And again, they're finding moments where it's like everything does work, and there's privileges. You can work your way up to privileges, and you can work against yourself and make it harder. But privileges means you got to do something maybe almost humiliating to some players. You got to kiss ass, dude. You got to be a player that does a lot of ass kissing. And even then, you're not perfectly safe, but it's better. And what is even ass kissing? Getting other people killed that are innocent. And what if you make friends with an NPC? Guys, like you've been interacting with this guy for a while. And suddenly, because of the way you interacted with him, they didn't trust how he was acting. You're asked a simple question. You think it's innocent. The next day, well, where's Tim? Tim's not coming back, dude. Why? Well, we think Tim was trying to manipulate you. We think he was trying to get you to turn you on friend computer. No, he wasn't. Well, you wouldn't know that. That's part of being manipulated. But we could see it. What? Yeah. Oh, shit. I love the game. I love the game. Just got to have a game master that understands how to see things in ways that the absurdity sometimes doesn't need to be justified. You could even find out, here's what's really weird. What if Tim was trying to manipulate you? But you just didn't know it. Like he was trying to be friendly with you to get you to go somewhere. But you didn't realize it was actually part of trying to hook you up with somebody. But if later you find out Tim was part of a group trying to drag you down to something. What you mean they were fucking right? Yeah. I hope everybody enjoyed tonight. We're just about at 4 hours. I'm going to let it play out. I'm going to stick around here for a few more minutes, but I hope everyone enjoyed. I hope this was interesting. Let's talk about what's coming up. Let's talk about the things that are coming up. I knew people wouldn't have much to say about this. It's a weird one. And I hope YouTube understands it's just a fucking game. But don't crucify me, YouTube. Give me a second, guys. I'm just figuring something out here. And to make this one exciting, I just knew that would be challenging. It's not that in the same way some other things can be, and I knew that. Just be real. Just be real. I knew this wouldn't. It's going to be picky. I think some people like it later. So this weekend will be different. Much different. And I hear you, but Spoiled. I thought Spoiled just ran the game, Craig. Just to tell you. And Confetti. Fuck. Okay, so this weekend, Saturday, is Toon. Sunday is GURPS. Every Tuesday is off script, so I won't keep mentioning off script. Thursday is going to be the first Thursday in June. Will be my new stream. Every Thursday, Old School D&D. And the first Old School D&D stream will be covering Dark Sun, the setting. That Saturday, I'll be covering Dangerous Journeys. It's Sunday, a really hyped up game, Star Wars RPG. The first members only stream for June is going to be Wednesday, June 10th. Babylon 5 role-playing game. That's going to be good. Members only, though. The second Old School D&D stream is going to be focused on Mysteria with a special focus on Odyssey and the Savage Coast. That Saturday, I'm covering Fudge. That Sunday, I'm covering Metamorphosis Alpha, two of Craig's favorite games for sure. The next week, on my third Old School D&D stream, I'm covering the Temple of Elemental Evil. That Saturday, I'm covering Prince Valiant RPG. That Sunday, on the 21st, I'm covering Deadlands. The second, now I do 2 members-only streams every month. The second members-only stream for June, so I just started doing these members-only streams, is Hollow Earth Expedition. Right after that will be another Old School D&D stream, which will be around the 2nd edition era. The Historical Reference Series, which focuses on Rome and everything else. Then I got a couple interesting conspiracy games that are not Paranoia. Understand, it would be different coverage. Paranoia, I hope it was interesting, but it's hard to hype that game up in the same way. as I would like Ghostbusters. So I knew there'd be a different tone and feel to this game. I knew less people would probably be into this compared to some of the other games I'll be into. But these two conspiracy games are very different. And I'll be finishing up the month with them on the 27th of June, the 28th. On the 27th, Saturday, I'll be covering Unknown Armies. On the 28th, I'll be covering Tribe 8. And yes, the last stream of June, which is what I'm scheduled up to, is an off script. So that's I'm scheduled right to the end of June, and that's the streams. The new one outside of the members only, I've only just started members only. I only did one in May, which was Savage Worlds. Again, it's going to be Babylon 5 role-playing game and the Earth Expedition one. That's going to be the members only. I start old school D&D stream in June. The reason is I don't want to just cover non D&D games and I've covered all the Dungeons and Dragons editions with fact-based streams like this, right? Really extended ones too that are really good. And you can always go check out what I have to say from second edition, the first AD&D to Beck Me and original, right? But I also just want to, and I've done some settings. I got some other streams on D&D as well if you dig farther back, right? Streams on settings and some other topics like just monsters and whatnot. And I got videos on D&D. But I want to start doing a stream on D&D because I just know there's still a lot of guys, the majority, are D&D guys. And I'm a D&D guy. So I don't want to not talk about Dungeons and Dragons on some streams. And there's a lot of settings and ideas I want to cover. So we're going to do that. Craig, I know it's not a game with much mainstream appeal, but I'm sure open-minded players will appreciate it. Yeah, I totally get you there, Craig. Some games I know, from this to Castle Falkenstein, I got to go at it without a lot of fanfare because there's a specific small number of people that are going to like this stuff, and I appreciate that. I really appreciate that. Yeah, if everyone's just caring only about growing on YouTube, if you have no passion for tabletop role-playing games at all, you probably wouldn't bother covering this unless you had a full panel or something like this. Do it under these conditions is challenging. But hey, I have a real passion for the hobby. And I like every kind of game there is. And so if it regardless if it always helps me or not, it's not the only reason I do this stuff. So, of course, I want to be successful on YouTube. It's not the only reason I do this stuff. Never will be the only reason I ever do this stuff. I really love this stuff. And to me, even if it's only every so often some new person picks it up or the people that appreciate it pick it up, I'm doing a favor for somebody. And it doesn't have to be a lot of people, right? I'll let other people do the yes man content, the cheap build-up content. They're always going to go for the hot stuff. To me, it's I love the hobby on top of wanting to be a good YouTuber. So it's a mixed thing. And I don't want to always be shallow and cheap. I knew right away covering this was going to be unique, right? I know I got some games coming up. They're going to be like that. That aren't the hottest. But I love them. I know there's a few people out there, and that's all it takes to love them. Like you, Craig, loving this. I knew you love Paranoia. I know you're going to like Unknown Armies and Tribe 8. I think they'll be more appealing to a wider audience because they get some more action in them. This one is deeply about social interaction, and we know the majority of old school people like action, like kicking ass, just the truth, right? So they might not appreciate games like this. I appreciate games like this. Jeez. It's like, I don't know, sometimes I look at games like this, Craig, and go, have you really played a role-playing game if you haven't tried this? Because I look at stuff like this going, this is something like not exactly Paranoia Conspiracy, but the way the focus is on role play. Like this, Bushido, other games, at least try to know what we were after with the old school. Like, it's important. OD&D wasn't shy away from this. I don't care what anybody says. From talking to factions, to negotiating monsters, to the reactions from merchants, social interaction and role play, even from the original D&D, to Traveler, to this, to everything, Bushido, is a deeply important element of the old school that is lost. And sometimes I look at some of the guys that, these theater kids that are doing 5e, and I look at games like this going, guys, I think you don't know something of magic exists out there. And it shocks me sometimes that those people in the hobby don't appreciate more of this stuff. Because I'm like, you want to go do live plays and do weird characters and focus on social interaction role play. I know you're playing 5e, which is more made for a fucking dungeon crawl and combat, but you want to do character development. Hello? Paranoia, how you doing? Castle Falkenstein, I mean, Bushido, Feudal Japan, Victorian romance, Paranoia. I look at the theater kids and just go, hello? We got the games for you. I don't get why you don't lean into these games more. And maybe some of you don't know they exist. You're out there playing 5e, which is made for fucking combat. Most of these theater kids look bored out of their fucking minds doing the combat. They want to do character development. The game doesn't even lean into character development. I'm going, the old school actually gave a fuck about this stuff. And maybe some of the older theater guys don't spell this out too well. They don't know. We've had theater people since 1974 playing D&D. Like, when I tell people very few wargamers crossed over, well, then how could we have a hobby with D&D if so few wargamers crossed over to Dungeons and Dragons, especially early on? People in Hollywood in 1974 were playing Dungeons and Dragons. And not for the action, for the fucking role play. So we gave a shit about role playing in a very deep way. And ironically, our guys, even our wargamers, crossed over doing better social interaction games. I'm like, if you want stories, and there are so many movies, so many novels more related to stuff like Paranoia than there is 5e D&D. It's just, I get Matt Mercer did the game. I get that's why it's popular and you think that sells, but I'm like, privately, hey, theater guys that are doing your live stuff, privately, get a copy of Paranoia. You got the mind for this. Try it. You'll fucking love this game. Try Castle Falkenstein. You guys all love your social role. I taking normal players into Castle Falkenstein. I had to get good players. And I just struggled to get them to stay Victorian romance. Theater kids, you don't got to struggle. I've had a few of you in these games, like the Castle Falkenstein. When I would bring in the fucking theater kid that was really actor, really doing drama class, they would be the one that would just, it was like breathing air. They could do not the voice, but even if they didn't do unique voices, they could just understand what their character would say. They could just understand, even if they sounded just normal language, they could change their tone. They could speak the way a character would speak. And I would never have to roll them back like, hey man, can you stop the joke? No, didn't have to do that with those guys. That's why I look at old school games and go, because I had a theater kid do the Paranoia thing. Brilliant fucking player. for old school games like this. So when I look at some of these theater kids that are doing 5e that's made for fucking combat, and most of them don't even like it that much, and they look at old school and go, like, dude, you need to let it go. You are missing magic. That this was more made for you than against you. Look at a lot of new guys and just go, I understood back in the old school why this didn't hit with many people, because we had a lot of casual people come in. But I look at the new school and how many theater kids more it has attracted and going, this old school stuff needs to be talked about. So Craig, I actually hope, there's a hope of mine, that instead of this being pigeonholed into nothing, what I hope as a YouTuber that might make me unique is to cover games that were made for now, that were ahead of their time, that just didn't find the right audience, but maybe the right audience is now. Like Paranoia might be better for the audience now than we realize. And if they're sick of 5e D&D, hello, I'm covering games the other YouTubers are not covering. Magic. Hello. Come. If you appreciate what I'm doing, reward me for it. Get into the conversation. There's so many more of these games that I have to talk about. I'm not even done yet, not even halfway through. So much more. I hope people are impressed. And I got to do this alone. I have nobody fucking coming on panels with me. It's not that the door's open. I just don't get the people around me to do it. So many fucking people are either jealous or hate my guts. And I got to work my ass off. So it's like, I don't do trickery. I don't play yes man. Why all the audiences out there complaining about all these cheap fucks from AI slop, the guys playing fucking yes man, saying what you want to hear. The audience complains and bickers about these fucking people. Here I am, being real, being genuine. So it's like, guys, hey, if you want real, reward real. And if you want something more unique than slop, reward unique, not slop. Right? And if someone's not playing cheap ball with you, reward that if that's what you want. That's what I say to people. You don't get what you want if you don't reward it when it shows itself to you. If it's always you're going to reward a 5e guy who shows you fast words on a screen, simulate, like you take that all away from him. How interesting is he without all the fucking noise, the moving images? Yeah. So I think there's a bigger scam going on. A lot of mediocre people out there seem a lot better at this than they are. And I'll tell you this. Imagine most of these guys, if I said, okay, take that guy with the moving words or all this about some guy over here doing yes man or some guy attacking people. Put him on the stage and say, okay, go talk to an audience. See how well they do. They're going to put people to sleep. Put me on the stage and I'll be interesting. This is not ego. It's just I have a standard as well as the guys that watch me. I have a standard. I hear a lot of picky complaints out there, and I'm like, I feel that too. I said the same things. So what did I decide to do? Be real. Be real. You just go, okay, well, I complain too, so I'll be real. So it's not me trying to be better than other people. It's just saying, go ahead and watch all these other people. But don't forget to reward something real at the same time. Doesn't take much to support the right kind of people. A sub to the channel, a like on the content. It doesn't take much to support real. It's absolutely free. And if you've already given real time, if you're here watching me ever, you already gave me the time. If you agree that I'm real, sub to the channel, like the video, you get more real. And that support helps me get somewhere. And if you want that, what you're doing is you're telling all the other content creators, we want more of this. And so it doesn't always have to be me that's always boom, but you're going to tell other people. By rewarding me and they see me rewarded, trust me, that's influence on people that you might somewhat like, but you don't like a cheap thing they're doing. Well, they see me being rewarded, you influence them. They will adjust if they see it. Right? And that's better. And if that's better for you, if that's what you want, make it happen. And if I can be a tool for that, cool. Use me. Like my stuff. Show them. We want more of this. We want more real. You want real direct. And you want someone who can talk to you without you need it. Like here I am on stage. You're just listening, right? So you don't need to chat with me. You don't need to do nothing. Right? I can just talk to you. I didn't even need to see you to get your reaction. There's a couple of little signs I'll look for. The likes, the subs. It's the only thing it tells me for sure. And how long the numbers stay there. So the numbers stay there and that stuff stays with me. I'm doing a good job. And I'm pretty confident I can be on the stage. I don't need people always responding to me. Right. So, and I can show you some real passion live on the spot. Right? Live on the spot. I don't need to do a video. I don't need to act like I'm passionate about this stuff. No act here. 100% real. Right? That's why I'm made for this. I'm made for being game master. I'm made for everything. So I can just show up and give it to you. All right. It's not fake. I don't pretend to be an authority either. I'm not better than you. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm not telling you because I ran it since 1991. I know something and you're no fucking good. What am I telling you? If I don't care what time you're in. Here's something for you. I have passion for the game. And how I earn any respect from you if you take me serious. It's not because I say I've been doing it for this long. It's because you listen to me, you take me serious, and you respect me because I know what the fuck I'm talking about, and I've made you believe that. And if you believe I know what I'm talking about, you'll give me that respect. You'll give me some authority over a topic. Well, Steven says it, must be something to it. And I don't have to sit here and claim to be authority over nothing. That's real. A lot of the guys out here saying, well, I've done this for 40 years, so this is how it is. I don't tell you because I've been doing it all these years, this is how it is. I talk with wisdom, and you decide if that counts as anything. Right? And what more can I do? Right? That's as real as I can get with you. It's earning it for real. See, I let you decide who I am. That's it. I don't tell you who I am. I let you decide it. There's not many people out here like me because there's a lot of people, I don't know. Even I judge as fake. Maybe they just don't have it. Right? I have it. I can be funny. I can be sarcastic, curse a bit. I can be passionate. I can be all these things up and down. I've been doing that all my life. So I feel like I can be real and real with you on the spot. All right? Real with you on the spot, live on the spot. It's because confidence to me is real. It's not ego. It's confidence. And I hope that's what you see. Not that I think I'm better than you. I see you hear me going, oh, Paranoia was made for me. Or I'll say these old games are made for the best person to put at the head of the table. Doesn't mean I'm the best person. It just says the games expect people with some talent. And I never say that as if I'm better than you in any way. All I'm saying is it expects people to have talent, right? And I happen to be somewhat some talent. I'm confident enough to say that without the ego blowing up, but you need some ego. Confidence doesn't come from nowhere. All right. Thank you very much, Black Rose. Plain and clear. So I don't deny anything, but hey, it's worth your time. It really is. I'm here till I'm done the cigarette for sure. I love y'all. I love you, Black Rose, Craig, Monkey. Anybody else is watching, even the people that hate my fucking guts. I love you too. I love anybody who gives me their fucking time for a minute. Even if I criticize you. Even if I criticize you. That's all. Nothing big. It really is. It really does feel that way, doesn't it? It's really hard to find real nowadays. Right? It's now. I always know that I put myself out here like this and it can completely flop, and I'm completely fine with that. But I can't be a fake. I just can't do it that way. I can give you my all. You're welcome, Monkey. But I can't. I just can't bullshit people. Right? I can't do it. It's not who I am. If I am ever going to get a hit, it's going to be because you get real. I mean, people out there appreciate that. That's what I can give. And maybe I'm just not your cup of tea. I get it for some people out there. But if I am, I am. I don't ask for too much. I don't sit here and beg. I don't do all that type of shit. None of that stuff. Shit, even the members only. Took me some adjustment to that. Making money with YouTube when I finally hit a certain number and I started getting these options. I knew some people might want to become members, like Craig and Black Rose. And the second they took that, I can't. I'm a guy who I appreciate people. So the second they said I'll give you some money, I said I got to work for that. Nothing's free, right? Nothing's free. And it's the second they gave that to me, I was like, well, other people might do that, so I gotta make sure I work for that. And you can ask them, even the Savage Worlds, and I hope I prove that point. Just with two guys there and me sitting down watching me. I did a whole stream on Savage Worlds as if I had 100 people or 1,000 people watching me. I gave them as much passion on that game as I do for any game I put out here in public. And that's just to tell you, it's just how I am. If you reward me, I give back. I don't feel like I don't want to use you, right? There's a back and forth thing. So I'm all about earning it. Some people give me a reward, unlike other people that might not appreciate that much, or they say they do. I try to do it in action, right? That just a lot of people can talk. Talk is cheap, right? Talk is really cheap. So when someone gives me a reward like that, like this member thing, talk is not cheap for me. And I don't do just talk, action. Come through, do these things. Make sure it's special. Make sure it's worth your time, worth the investment you do for me. It's the best I can do for people. And it's showing appreciation back. And the other thing is I like connecting with my people. My audience. I love it. I make it real. I make you guys are not throwaway to me. Right? You're not throwaway to me. People that give me their time become my family, become people I fucking give a shit about. Right? So when you give me your time, I'll love you. Right? So I tell anybody that. You give me your time, I'll love you. I don't even have to know you. Just you care about me, I care about you. That's how it works. Right? You give me the respect, to give you the respect back. That's what a human being does with other people, right? And I don't just take this as to some people, I'm a character on a screen. But to me, you're people, not just someone typing some words to me. Like you have lives, and I respect it. And so I take it all serious. Right? I remind myself I'm talking to human beings. That they've had to take out their fucking time in life to give it to me. There you go. So I give back. Try not to be too corny from there. There you go. There's my speech on that stuff, so you know. I don't always make it, but you should know. Yeah. That's the best way to put it, man. It's all real. I mean, how could it ever be something? It's special. I love bonding. I love this. I love the outcome of what I do. I love giving a shit. Like, it's exciting. I make the friends. I have connections that are deep. Craig, Black Rose, Monkey here. Like, it's the value of giving a shit matters. The outcome of it is fucking awesome. I can't tell you. I can't tell you how valuable it is to me to see these guys here and be able to interact with them the way I do. If I didn't give a shit, we wouldn't have this relationship, right? It would all be just some guys flop, nothing. That bores me. To me, I try to make everything special. A lot of people here just are cheaply, they throw stuff away. I think they don't understand what they have. They have an audience there. They have people talking to them. And they just don't seem to care most of the time. I'm like, dude, you're throwing something away, something very valuable, right? You don't realize what you have. So I look at a lot of the other YouTubers and I just realize they don't get it. So I'm just like, yeah, I get something. I get something here. It's really good. Okay, guys. I love y'all. You know the deal. And you've always said your gimmick to me.